talking about today on Daily Blast Live.
A movement grows, calling out so-called propaganda on TV.
It's presenting a world where the cops can always figure out who did it.
Do shows like Law & Order unfairly glamorize police? What would the roads be like without cars constantly going over the speed limit? We're talking about the new technology that could change driving forever. Kathy Lee Gifford sticks up for her late friend Regis Philbin. What does she have to say about Kelly Ripa's new book? That's all about behind-the-scenes drama. And Queer Eye's Bobby Burke will be here live.
Oh my gosh.
Get real.
No.
Y'all,
just stop.
This is a sham.
It's finally here. Drum roll. Oh my God. I was distracted by Tori singing The Lion King.
Yeah.
For a warm-up. You want to finish it? It's a good warm-up.
That wasn't bad.
Thank you. It was actually pretty good.
Yeah.
Pretty accurate.
Thank you.
Okay, welcome to DBL. Hello, everybody. Today we're going to talk about what might be your favorite TV show after DBL, of course. Law & Order and its spin-offs. They've entertained fans for decades with stars like Mariska Hargitay, Christopher Maloney, Ice-T, and believe it or not, there have been more than 1,200 episodes. It's on nearly every hour of the day, but it's not the only one. There are other cop shows that you might be fans of, like Brooklyn Nine-Nine, who could forget Hill Street Blues from the 80s, or even Dragnet, which was a huge success starting in the 50s. But are these shows really all about entertainment? So many people are criticizing them for showing an unrealistic portrayal of law enforcement and failing to depict the ugly truth of communities of color being disproportionately targeted by police. They call these shows copaganda or cop propaganda. In fact, John Oliver called it out recently, saying this would not fly if it were a medical show spreading false narratives. Take a listen.
You know Grey's Anatomy doesn't depict what happens inside an actual hospital. Those doctors are ridiculously hot, none of them are nearly tired enough, and it needs about 5,000% more discussion of insurance. If those medical professionals were routinely claiming that vaccines cause autism and herbal remedies cure cancer, we'd probably be having a conversation about it. Because that's essentially what Law & Order is doing.
It's an interesting question. We love unpacking these conversations on DBL, so we want to hear from you. What do you think? Do shows like Law & Order unfairly glamorize police? Yes or no? Go to dblvote.com to weigh in. First of all, do you guys even watch these shows? Do you watch any of these shows?
No, but I watch The Wire, and I would say that's kind of accurate.
Yeah, but it's not as glamorous. It's more like they kind of showed cops as human beings. Some were alcoholics. You know,
right. Well, I mean, that's the reality.
Yeah, that's the reality. I think they're saying, and that's what I was going to say too. Is I love The Wire.
Yeah.
I think some of these shows, Jeff and Tori, I don't think that they're accurate portrayals, but I don't think that that's their job. Their job is to put something on TV that people watch in between commercials, and they seem to be doing that quite well. Would it be nice if they threw in some reality? But I think a lot of people are watching TV to escape reality.
I couldn't agree more, right? I don't think it's supposed to be an honest depiction. It's not the news. It's a television show. It's made up. It's shot on a set, right? If you want to talk about shows like Cops or those shows where they get in between and they have cameras, when they all shut that down because of George Floyd and the Black Lives Matter thing, I think that's why they shut those down. I don't know why. I thought that was a bad idea to shut those down, because wouldn't you want more police officers and people wearing cameras to show what's happening, what's really going on, and not editing it, showing all of it. If they do something wrong, show that. It's on camera. I don't know why they got rid of those shows, but this is a TV show, and now we have problems with this. So West Wing, let's cancel that. Veep, get rid of that because it's not real. It's like, come on.
I hate this. I hate this from the bottom of my heart, but I agree. I really do think it's a TV show and it's escapism. My parents watch because in Part A, some joggers find a dead body. The dead body in Part B is found to be a pharmacist. That guy is killed by the guy at the very end. And now I do understand that the NYPD is very close while working with Law & Order people on set. So there is in cahoots, if you will, to show a good light, if you will, because they protect the set, they shoot in New York. I get that. But I don't need the TV show to show me a real version. I watch
watch TV to totally get out of reality.
But listen, I'm not saying any show should be canceled, but I think it's a really interesting conversation, and our responsibility as parents, if you watch those shows with like your teenagers or young adult children, because at the end of the day, it does change a general consensus. So it doesn't mean that it's not their job to change it. I agree with all of you, but I do think it pushes, just like when you watch a Disney movie. I will have a conversation with Sophie if we watch Sleeping Beauty, that obviously you have to consent to anybody kissing you. So I think it's okay to say, listen, for example, in every single episode, and the reason why a lot of people love Law & Order, and the viewership is way higher than any other cop show out there, is because they love that ending, right?
Where it always wraps up.
It's a strip show, yes. It takes place in beats.
Yeah,
yes.
and quote unquote,
and it's relaxing.
Yeah, the good guy catches the bad guy, but you never see episodes of anybody falsely imprisoned or falsely accused, or in every episode the perpetrator of a crime is arrested in real life. Nearly 40% of murder and manslaughter cases go without an arrest, even fewer in rape cases. Right. So I just want there to be a conversation.
And there is a new show, East New York, just to point out, with Jimmy Smits from NYPD Blue, that's coming out, and I think we have a little bit of the trailer just to show behind me. Just, you know, it's all about a minority group in Brooklyn, and he has to go in there because there's police corruption about this situation. So new TV shows are coming out, and The Wire is a great example of also that was super realistic about what's going on.
That there's this thing, because I think as a viewer and somebody that would like to write for television, I would be interested in police corruption. But I think as somebody that's not interested in writing for television, that wants to watch these shows, I think that's why they say true crime is so popular with a certain demographic of people, is that they have anxiety. So they want to see that, like, if something happens, here's how you do it. If somebody attacks me, here's how I get away. Put my elbow up and kick his knee or whatever. People want to pretend like there's somebody out there. And I talk about this in my act after having my car stolen and my house basically broken into. There's nobody, guys. Where's the camera? There's nobody. There's nothing. There's like a couple of phone calls that you can make, maybe a cop will send an email, but for a lot of people, there's no safety net, so they have to watch it on TV, and I kind of understand that security.
But not always, though, too. And to your point, I fully agree with you, but I also know that when Erica Cobb talks about her home burglary, she had a very great interaction with police, and they really did help her. So I just want to make sure.
That was an emergency, and they did a great job.
Agreed.
I'm saying when somebody, steals your car and you think, like, oh, a cop is going to, like, send a unit out, they're not. There's nothing, because there's too many crimes. I get it. So
I just want to make sure you made that distinction.
Yeah, but to have a TV show be your reality, right? It's a right. Like, I don't think people understand. First of all, I can't stand when you make something rhyme, like propaganda, copaganda, and everyone's like all on board, and it's a hashtag. I can't stand that. Okay, that's number one.
That's what you're most upset.
Yeah, I'm the most upset about that, because that's the new thing. You don't even need a good TV show with good actors. If you have a good name that rhymes, everyone's like, yes. No, it's not. So let me get back to my point here. It's one writer's depiction of what their reality is. If I wrote a show about anything, let's use cops. Someone in Baltimore is going to have a different experience. Someone in Miami is going to have someone in Montana is going to have a different experience. I can't cater to everybody's specific needs about what your reality is with the police, whatever it is. With a coffee house in New York City based on 5 friends. I'm sorry that they're all white, that there wasn't any black people in there. Well, maybe that was that showrunner's identity, and that's where he grew up.
Totally, but you don't have to change it, and I don't think the show should. But don't you think it also is a great time to open up conversation with your teenage children? I think it is. I would love if Sophie at 15 years old was in a Law & Order, and I could say, hey, just so you know,
But I think Sophie will have more. I'm sorry to cut you off.
That's
I think Sophie, especially when she gets to be 15, well, it's beautiful. She'll have so many options of things to watch, so many documentaries to watch on YouTube or Netflix, or talk to her friends, or go on Reddit and read articles. I don't know if when Dragnet was out, I was actually listening to a podcast about the beginning of LSD. They used Dragnet and those kind of shows to kind of propagandize and get people scared of LSD, and having these actors running around. And like you see, we're just kind of starting to circle back to that now, 50, 60 years later. So this has been used for purposes, other than just ratings. So there is precedent for this as well.
But we have to depict everything. So when they show a drunk Irish guy, we have to be like, not all Irish people are drunk. This is a good moment to talk about that. You can't talk about every single thing that happens in everybody's life.
Slippery slope. Yeah, I agree with you.
Pick and choose in your own household.
Exactly.
And you never liked Click It or Ticket?
That was a good one. That made
Never
you think
liked
about
Click It or Ticket?
That was like the beginning of it, and then people just went bananas with it.
All right, let's see what our viewers
Click It or Ticket,
say.
it's a pass.
35% of you say yes. Shows like Law & Order unfairly glamorize police. 66% of you say no. Coming up on DBL, are you guilty of rude house guest behavior? We're talking about some of the worst things you can do at someone else's place. And can you imagine what the roads would be like if no one could drive over the speed limit? We're talking about a new technology that could change the way you drive.
Closed captioning provided by
Okay, wow. I don't even know where to begin here.
I'm just gonna sit here and be right.
I know y'all gonna be mad at me, but I'm just telling you the truth.
You can smirk all you want. You don't have to tell me to go.
Brad Pitt. Penalty.
I do that story.
It's such a
Today we didn't have a lead, and
right. Well,
there
this
you go.
I mean, this is the
That was
the
really
story.
good, guys.
Because it's like I get what you're saying. Like, it's not always time for a talk.
I
Sometimes
know.
you just want to watch something.
Don't you want to watch not to see it?
Right.
My mom watches it so she can feel safe with the A, the B, and the C. It's all wrapped up. She wants that. She craves that because life is so unstructured.
There is another side to it.
There's a huge other side. I live that other side.
People think that's what it's really
Of
like.
course.
And for many people in the country, it's not like that.
Right.
And the new NYPD and Law & Order have been in bed together forever. I mean, they are
Of
so
course.
entwined.
Well, you can
I
have
agree
access
with you
to
all. I'm
them.
just saying, it's interesting because there is that other side to it.
It's like if you're going to do
They
a
can
show about
create an
college
image.
football, if you're going to go after the corruption in college football, well, you're not going to get to interview Chris Fowler or Kirk Herbstreit or be on the Alabama 50-yard line doing an interview.
Right.
You're not going to have access. But if you go, college football is really great. Me and my dad bonded over this. They're like, hey, Jeff, do you want to do this from the Orange Bowl? And you'd be like, yeah. It's like, of course. If you're going to go after their product, they're not going to give you the access, and that's kind of the trade-off. So whichever show you want to make
But
that
I mean,
show.
they can't. I totally get both sides. Totally get both sides. I totally get it. But it's also the angle of who's writing that script. The Wire is much different than Law and Order.
Right.
Way different. Yeah. Right. So it's like, who's writing that script? What point of view are you looking at it from? The Wire shows a totally different point of view. That's actually probably more realistic than anything else that I've seen.
I would argue that I agree with you about The Wire, but I would also argue that Law & Order taught people about Miranda rights, getting a lawyer, understanding about DNA. I think it actually helped with criminals, or not criminals, but people's rights. If they do get arrested, Law & Order sort of maybe not fairly, but at least taught you at least some of the procedural things that happen.
Yeah, The Wire really taught me about like why City Hall beefs with like the police sergeant.
And the
why
teachers.
And if you haven't seen The Wire, check it out. It's an
Yeah.
older
Oh,
series,
good.
but it's really great.
Because I get a free one anyway.
Welcome back. The NTSB is recommending a new device in cars that would stop the driver from speeding. Some of these devices would actually prevent you from ever driving over the speed limit. They say it could prevent tens of thousands of deaths every year. So what do we think of this? Do we think this is a good idea? Tori, you're very stern right now.
I've read a book on traffic.
What are you talking about?
I feel like that was like a tranquilizer dart for Jeff. That was such a boring intro that I thought you were just going to drop off. I read a
Speaking
book
of
on
depicting reality, yeah, this is it.
I read a book on traffic because I was interested in why traffic happens.
What?
And there's a psychology and reason behind it. And it's when people go in and out and speed up and slow down. If everyone went the exact speed limit, it would be so much faster for everyone, exponentially faster, and people would save a gazillion lives. So I, on the surface, kind of like this idea, but I'm worried because I feel like it's a little government taking over my car for me.
What if you just speed off because somebody's chasing you? What if there's a fire?
I was going to
there's
say
gonna be
baby. I didn't know you were going to take it there.
No, but that's fair. There are emergencies. Yeah, you're right.
What would you do?
I was just thinking about merging. Like if you have to speed up sometimes and someone's like a Tory driver and you're like, they definitely don't see me. You know what I mean? Your car looks like those Matchbox cars where you hit it and it's dent and then you hit it again and it's like super dented. Remember those old school like
cars lose their value right after you take them off.
I don't park near
if it makes
Tory.
you feel better, yours has none.
Yeah, I won't park near Tory because of that very reason.
For sure. For sure. But anyways, you got to speed up sometimes to merge to avoid someone else. And if your car's locked at a certain number, I think that's dangerous.
But technically, if you're all going the same speed limit, you wouldn't need to merge. It would all work out almost, and it will do this in the future. It will be run by computers, so that we won't be driving it.
Well, that's terrifying.
No, but that's the future.
You know what?
That's the future.
I feel like we're headed towards all being like a pack of ants then. Like we're just
That's what will happen.
There's no individuals. I kind of like being able to control the speed of my car.
Yeah.
I kind of like having autonomy over my life. I even, I know there's certain companies that will say, you can put the console in and like if you didn't go over the limit, you get a discount. I don't even want that. I want.
What if it saves? Listen, I'm with you, but if it saves lives,
Right. That's
if
right
my
back and forth.
daughter is driving at 16 years old and it's going to make the road safer for her, I'm all for it. I wouldn't mind if everybody had a breathalyzer in their car, myself included. I
Why
don't
do you
care.
need a breathalyzer if it's going to drive you?
What do you mean?
But
What do you mean? If someone's going to drive the car for you,
No, take that aside.
have a beer in there.
If you didn't have that, you don't mind that.
Take
Right? That's
I'm not talking about if the cars drive themselves. I'm talking about if the government were to make sure that your car doesn't go over a certain speed, to ensure that there's less accidents, or to make sure that everybody has a breathalyzer in their car, to ensure that there's no drinking and driving. I'm okay with that.
Except then I come back with you, which is why I was doing this face with the Fourth Amendment of search and seizure, and I absolutely am not giving you my breath without a warrant, right? Because I don't want the government spending too much of their time in my autonomy, just like Al said.
Wait, what's wrong with the government knowing your breath? I'm just curious.
That's like you're taking something of mine without having a probable cause for it.
But what
So
if
you
they
get a
do
blood
that?
data will be used against you in some kind of way.
In some way, people won't want, you can't ask for a blood, DNA. You need some kind of warrant because you are getting something from someone. That's a search and seizure of your body. And I don't think that the police have any right to do that to anybody unless there's probable cause.
Well, what if the police aren't involved? It's just your car won't work, like a standard breathalyzer.
It feels a little bit like government, like 1984 to me. That's where I'm back and
also, there'd be a
forth.
lot of alcohol lobbyists that probably wouldn't want that out there. I don't think people would want that. I've always wondered why bars have parking lots. I always thought that was interesting.
That's true.
Right, how are you going to show up to it?
Point. Yeah, but you shouldn't
Then how do
if
you
you're going to
leave?
drink and drive.
Well, there's right, but then you're telling me, well, okay, there's a lot.
Coming up on DBL, we're talking all about the house guest etiquette. Are you guilty of doing any rude behavior?
Your personal information.
Midterm election season is here, and that means there will be political ads everywhere you look. And some of those ads will inevitably make outlandish claims.
Some Verify viewers emailed us to ask if candidate ads have to tell the truth. So let's verify. Are political ads required to be factual in order to be aired on broadcast television? Our sources are the Federal Communications Commission, the Federal Trade Commission, and University of Minnesota political science professor David Schultz. The rules for political ads are very different than typical consumer products, and we want to be clear up front that the answer to this question is no. Political ads are not required to be factual in order to be aired on broadcast television. In fact, the law allows politicians to say almost whatever they want in a commercial. This is because political ads are regulated by the FCC, which applies just two rules. One is that all candidates have the same opportunity to buy commercial time on stations. And two is that politicians can say whatever they want. Accuracy is not one of the rules, although TV stations could run a disclaimer explaining the rules before airing an ad. The only consequence for politicians who produce misleading or false ads is in court, and that's only if they defame someone, which is rare and hard to prove.
I think the rationale behind it is what? The idea of saying that candidates get to say what they want, and what? The voters get to sort of, through the marketplace of ideas, decide what's true, what's false.
That marketplace could also include news stories or fact checks like Verify stories explaining what's true and false. Schultz says you should always read the fine print on an ad to see who is funding it and do your own research on a candidate to see if what's being claimed is really true. With your Verify, I'm Brandon Lewis.
Welcome back. After the pandemic shut down any type of social scene for months, many of us found a new appreciation for gathering at friends' or families' houses. But do you know how to properly behave as house guests? Let's find out. An etiquette expert shared some common rude behaviors when visiting someone's home. So first up, this is an obvious one: overstaying your welcome. Some people do not understand this one.
What's the code? What should be your tip, like, that you should leave? What do you think?
Yeah, go ahead.
Go for it.
I just do the Midwestern.
You actually do that?
The knee slap. Well,
yeah, right. You like it when people overstay
to be
their
honest,
welcome.
you can all laugh, but it's actually, I want you out of my house at some point. And so I think at some point there's little social cues Goot can give. Lights can turn off. Doors can close.
I start putting away the dishes.
Doors can close?
You want me to leave?
What do you guys do?
When I want someone to leave my house?
Yeah.
It's getting late, man. What's up?
Yeah. Here's my kind of low-level rule. I feel like, okay, if you came as a couple, if the second to last couple or the second to last individual is about to leave, you guys leave together. You should never be the last person or the last couple there with the host. So if we're at Sam's house,
we got it.
Gosh. He was gonna literally present a PowerPoint.
Do you have a whiteboard?
Yeah. Right. Okay. Next.
I walked right into that.
Snooping around the house. What do we think about this?
Other people's?
Yeah. It's rude if someone comes to your home and starts snooping.
Yeah, of course. What's the breakdown?
But you do it.
No, you don't.
Some people look in medicine cabinets on dates.
I've done that on dates.
I've done that on dates.
For sure. But I dated, 20 years ago? I've been with my husband forever. But I used to in the medicine cabinet all the time.
What were you looking for?
Nothing. Just curious. What kind of face wash does he use?
Right.
What kind of, does he use eye cream? Does he not?
I was also, is he on medication in any way?
Yeah. No, I never cared about the medication part.
You don't just look under the sink?
Like you look in other people's sinks?
I just want to see what they have under there. Like, oh, cotton balls, okay. I just think I'm not stealing stuff.
I'm not stealing. I never thought you would.
I know, I'm just curious about what your house is
That makes it better. I wasn't stealing anything, I was just looking through your wife's underwear drawer.
How many times?
Oh, it's all right, it's cool.
There's more. Okay. Showing up empty-handed. I don't care about this. I just want you to come over. You don't need to bring anything.
That's a big deal.
You gotta bring something. You gotta bring a little
you can't go.
Flowers, a bowl.
Flowers?
Yeah, a wine bottle, something. You gotta bring something.
I always bring something, but I would never be offended if someone came to my house and didn't bring anything.
If I was running late and I could not pick anything up, I would call and be like, hey, I can't. I'll order something when I get there. But I feel like it's just the gesture.
Yeah, it's just something in your hand.
Now what?
Why was that funny?
I don't know.
It could be anything in your hand.
Yeah, you could walk in with anything in your hand.
Now what if it's like
you guys made that sexual?
No, it's made that funny.
What if you were the just napkins and
what
paper
if I
cups
came to your house with something in my hand? What up, Al?
Okay, wait, we have more. Bringing an uninvited +1. That's a little weird, I think.
Yeah.
Like someone I don't know, just coming along.
Erica Cobb had said earlier that if she doesn't know you, I don't want to walk past someone at a party. I don't know where you're coming from. Because I don't want you in my house in that way. And I'd never thought about that.
But I think we are people of a certain age.
Oh, yeah.
I think when you had a house party when you were 22, if you knew 4 people in there, it was a win.
Yeah, that's true.
So I think it's
true.
age-wise.
Yes. And then we have one more, waiting to share dietary restrictions. That wouldn't bother me. I mean, I don't volunteer it for me, because, I don't eat meat, but I wouldn't mind if someone came to me and said, hey, my daughter has celiac disease. Do you have anything gluten-free? I wouldn't care. Would you?
I wouldn't care, but I would appreciate it if I was told ahead of time.
Heads up.
Especially if it's like, obviously, we'll have a vegetarian or vegan option, probably whatever we're doing.
Yeah.
But if it's celiac or something
or like
that's really serious like that, I would want to know just for medical. If somebody had like a real peanut allergy, not like I don't feel well, but like my throat closes, shoot me a text.
You know, my dad's allergic that way with lobster and crab, and we've never mentioned it to anyone we're going to a dinner party with.
You might want to.
And I never thought about it.
Crustacean inside the sauce.
I didn't.
My buddy, if you put like shrimp on the grill.
Like the pan can't have it.
Well,
like if you put it on the grill.
Crustacean inside the sauce? I'm still here.
Oh, all right, let's go back.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, that was it.
I'm sorry, Sam.
What's wrong with crustacean in the sauce?
That was quite a sentence.
I'm thinking about her father.
That's actually
Somebody
lovely.
could be making a pasta, and then they have a lobster sauce or some sort of shellfish sauce, and then her dad's in the hospital. That's me being a very courteous host.
Crustacean in the sauce.
You could smell it, too.
Yeah.
If you're allergic, you can kind of get a heads up. You know what I mean?
Always. We'll be right back.
There's a joke.
Promotional.
To play a high school sport in Florida, athletes have to fill out a health assessment. But a section of questions for female athletes only is drawing criticism. News reports and People are claiming that female student athletes in Florida have to report their menstrual history to the state in order to play sports. after the Supreme Court's recent ruling in Dobbs v. Jackson Women's Health, which overturned the constitutional right to an abortion granted through Roe v. Wade, some people have raised concerns about providing reproductive health data to outside sources. So let's verify. Are female athletes in Florida public high schools required to report their menstrual history to play sports? Our sources are the Florida High School Athletic Association and 3 Florida public school districts. These are the forms from the Florida High School Athletic Association that all public school student athletes in the state have to fill out in order to participate. And this section is for female athletes only. It asks questions about the athlete's reproductive health, including when was your first menstrual period and how many periods have you had in the last year. As you can see here, it says on the form that filling it out is optional. Claudia Shea, Executive Director of Communications and Engagement for the Palm Beach County School District in Florida, told Verify, claims that female athletes have to answer these questions are false. She says these questions have been on the physical form for at least 2 decades, and answering them has been optional, whether the information is provided online or on paper. In Palm Beach County, Florida, student athletes of any gender use the same form and can write not applicable in the section with questions about menstrual cycles, according to Shea. So why are these questions included on the form? The Cleveland Clinic says abnormal or irregular periods can indicate potential health problems, such as bleeding, thyroid, or pituitary disorders. So we can verify, no. Female athletes at Florida public high schools aren't required to report their menstrual history to play sports. And Florida isn't alone. Other states, including Virginia and North Carolina, ask similar questions of their student athletes. With your Verify, I'm Ariande Till.
Overly processed foods are a big part of the American diet. According to the Washington Post, 60% of calories American adults consume are from what they call frankenfoods. Scientists say these foods are designed to deliver a combo of fat, sodium, and sugar that could hijack the brain's reward system, triggering powerful cravings. The problem is, dozens of studies link ultra-processed foods to obesity, heart disease, and colon cancer. So what counts as an ultra-processed food? It's typically an industrial creation. Think hot dogs, sugary cereals, and boxed macaroni and cheese. Interesting enough, though, the National Institutes of Health found that people who ate similar foods, mostly made from scratch, lost weight and lowered their cholesterol.
Are you skeptical of headlines and what you see on social media? We are too. The Verify newsletter helps you distinguish between true and false information by answering your questions. It provides fast facts on trending topics, spotlights major stories, and even includes a daily fun fact for all those trivia buffs out there. Get Verify's fast facts delivered every weekday to your email inbox. Go to verifythis.com/email to check it out.
We love sharing your comments. Julia says, I love to cook and bake, so I usually bring food and tell them you can eat it now or eat it later. Carolyn says, I love the sweater Tori has on. Too cute.
Thanks, guys. It's a dress, and it's like, is it winter? Maybe not.
And Jeff and I thought she was wearing a Snuggie.
I like your sweater.
We do love it.
Thank you.
You know
very
I
much.
like a big cozy sweater.
Oh, it's lovely.
Backhanded compliment.
If you're leaving us, you can watch the second half of the show online, watch on YouTube or our DBL mobile app. But if you get the second half of the show where you are, here is what's ahead. Queer Eye's interior design expert Bobby Burke will be here live. He's telling us why the latest season of the hit show is the most intense. Plus, Kathy Lee Gifford on Kelly Ripa's book.
As candidates make their final push before the midterm elections, you may start seeing more of them touting endorsements from celebrities or notable organizations. That led Verify viewer Jack to wonder whether politicians might simply be paying those folks to endorse them. So let's verify. Is it legal for political candidates to pay for endorsements? Our sources are the Federal Election Commission and the Federal Election Campaign Act. According to the FEC, there is no law banning candidates from paying for endorsements. A spokesperson told Verify, quote, no provisions in the FEC rules specifically address paid endorsements of federal candidates. But candidates are legally required to disclose such payments. The Federal Election Campaign Act requires campaigns for federal office to file regular reports on where their money comes from and where it goes. That report has to include the name and address of any person to whom an expenditure in excess of $200 is made, together with the date, amount, and purpose of such expenditure. So, paying for an endorsement isn't illegal, but trying to hide that payment could get you in trouble. A notable example, a former Iowa state senator named Kent Sorensen. According to court records in 2012, he took money in exchange for endorsements for Republican candidates for president. He was charged with willfully causing false expenditure reports and obstruction of justice. He pleaded guilty and received a 15-month prison sentence. But it was for the cover-up, not the payments themselves. So we can verify, yes, it is legal for federal candidates to pay for endorsements, but they are legally required to disclose those payments. With your Verify, I'm Casey Decker.
Is Daily Blast Live. We're talking about what you're talking about.
Oh my gosh.
Get real.
No. Y'all, just stop.
This is a sham.
It's finally here. Drum roll. Welcome to DBL. We started to talk about this topic and then we had to shut it down because we were like, we got to save it for the show. So we're very eager. Kathy Lee Gifford didn't hold back when talking about Kelly Ripa's new book. In her memoir, Kelly dished on her quote unquote complicated working relationship with Regis. Kelly said they weren't friends offset and it took years for her to earn her place on the show. But Kathy Lee told Good Day New York she had a very different experience with Regis. Watch.
I'm not going to read the book. I haven't read it. I don't even know if it's out yet. I know what Regis was to me, Rosanna. He was 15 years the best partner a person could ever have.
Okay, Tori, so you were about to have a lot to say about this.
Yeah, and I don't, first of all,
That's a strange way to set it up, but I love it.
Here we go. Boom. One thing that got me was that it's posthumous, so Regis isn't here to speak up for himself, which that always makes me a little uncomfortable. But I think both of these things can be true in this universe. I think Kathy Lee can have an experience that was very, very different. They came up together. They were closer in that way. Kelly came into a successful show. That's a newbie. She also could have a very different experience that both can live in this world. And Kathy doesn't have to read the book. And I don't think they oppose each other. I think it's weird to not let someone tell their story from their angle if we're like trying to shut down Kelly. Now, I don't like that Regis has passed. I find that a little difficult because he, again, isn't here. But that was her experience. I don't understand why we don't sort of testify to that.
I don't know. I have a weird point of view about everything. And I feel like I'm getting so outdated on the way I think and like work ethic because nobody thinks like that anymore. At least you're not allowed to say that. Why not show some grace for the man who made your whole life and say, you know what? This man changed my life and I'm still on air because of this man and everything I've learned because of this man. The ups and the downs, the bads, the goods, the friendship and the sadness is all that I've learned from this man. Where is that? Where does that go? You need to tell me that you had one bad day and Regis said something that might have been snappy to your experience in the hallway, but your whole life was changed because of this man, and you're going to share that part if that's the part we're talking about. I'm sure there's a lot of other things she said, but where's the grace? Where's the gratefulness? Her whole life was changed because of this man, and you're going to throw a shot at him after he's gone?
Maybe she mentioned that, though, just to play devil's advocate here.
Yeah, totally, but no one just, everything's like, both sides of the fence is good, and this is great. It's like, no, it's not, man.
Right.
No, it's not.
But listen, we always have good days and bad days, right? We've been together for 5 years. I consider all of you my family, and I know that there's going to be ups and downs, ebbs and flows, like any family would be, because that's how close we are. So I'm hoping that in the book, I have not read the book, but I'm hoping that it's just the media hanging on to this one sentence and that there are moments where she did give him credit. I hope she did, because she should, but maybe we're nitpicking or cherry picking.
I think we would all be conscious if we were giving a quote and we knew that a book was going to be written about DBL.
Right.
if I said, you know what, Jeff and I have had our differences, I would make sure that there wasn't a period, that there was a comma in that sentence, so I could not be misquoted. But I would say he's one of the finest men I've ever sat next to.
Yeah.
Because if I'd go, Jeff and I, we butted heads. I just had a lot of issues with him. Tori was cool, and I mean, Jeff and I they're not going to get that second sentence. And if you give anybody an opportunity to go after the person that changed your life, people that want to sell books and sensationalize things, you have to know that that's the sentence they're going to take.
If I'm writing a memoir, I agree with you guys. Absolutely everything you said is
but
right.
I appreciate your point of view.
Regis did give her everything, and to be gracious is an art and should have been appreciated, and maybe it is. However, if I want to write a memoir, are you saying I have to cater and curate everything to make sure it's sanitary so that no bad comment? Then what am I reading? All good things. Nothing has any kind of conflict to it?
Say what you mean and mean what you say. So if we had negative interactions the whole time, and Jeff want to hear, then say that and be honest. But don't give anybody any latitude to say something where it can be taken either way, because you know which way they're going to take it.
Be smart.
Right.
Yeah.
Say what you mean.
Great point of view. Okay, George Clooney is talking about being an older dad. George became a dad at 56 when he had his twins with Amal. He told Hoda Kotb he's not scared of being too old to miss major milestones in their life. Watch.
No, I kind of like the idea of being sort of out of it when, like, my daughter starts to date. Papa, I want you to meet, he's a drummer in a band. How about? I like toast. I'm okay with it.
So what do we think about this?
I mean,
for me, it's my mom. For me, I'm 40. I don't have kids, and the thing that gets me is my mom won't. If I have kids later, she won't be able to see the bat mitzvah. That's what gets me. It's like I understand what I gave up to have kids later in life, but it sucks for the parents.
Oh, that's really honest, Tori.
Yeah. I think that's what I think about the most, and I know Erica feels the same way. And that's all I think about is the marriages, that all that, I put it off for this and for when I'm comfortable to do it, not for her, but she's missing out on that. And that sucks. Sorry, Mom.
No.
Yeah, but I told that we had this conversation earlier. That's why. But I told him, like, you can't have kids based on someone else's wants or needs, right?
Exactly.
Bringing a child in this world takes a lot of love. It takes a lot of energy. It takes a lot of strength. We're getting up at 2 in the morning, night after night, and sleep deprived. And you don't want a thought coming in your head saying, I didn't even want you. You know what I mean? Because you think some crazy things when it's day number 2 weeks in and you haven't slept and it's 3 in the morning, and having that on your mind is not something you want on your mind. So do what's right for Tori.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
I appreciate that. I really do.
I was going to say, to Jeff's point, you're going to have the thought the other way, too, because if you had children, you would be at home, maybe watching DBL.
I wouldn't be here, right?
I could be, that's my seat that person is sitting in. And I was talking to somebody who was looking at our Giselle-Tom Brady conversation, and we were emailing back and forth this weekend, and I said it's just such a tough situation for women, because if you're career-driven, it's not, society, it's your aunt.
Yeah.
And the person that changed your diaper and your mom going, Sam, you're killing me. Where are these kids? And if you get the kids, then they're like, Sam, I thought you had drive. What happened to the Sam that was a Division I swimmer? Now you're just at home watching TV. So good luck, ladies.
Yeah.
What are you going to do?
Yeah. Ambition plus uterus is hard.
It's a lot of pressure.
It's hard.
A lot of pressure. But I will present one other point before we move on. He said at 56, and you even mentioned it too, it's exhausting, right? I look at like 30-year-old Sam, and I'm glad I waited to have kids at 38 and 40 or ish. I don't know how I would be. Of course, George Clooney has help. I'm assuming he does. I don't know how I would be at 56 years old. I'm tired now.
Yeah.
So I do think that's something that people that want to have children have to think about, because your energy changes drastically as you get older.
Yeah, I enjoy cross stitch. Yeah,
you are. Yeah.
Should be fun for the child.
A new study suggests that 6 out of 10 people say a celebrity has gotten them through a tough time in their lives. People struggling with fears and self-doubt say stars like Oprah, The Rock, Rebel Wilson, Tyler Perry, and survivalist Bear Grylls have inspired them to push past these limitations. Now, almost 70% say they respond positively to celebs if they know they're struggling with the same issue. Has a celebrity gotten any of you out of a bad time? What about you, Jeff? Or Tori, what about you?
I loved, and we interviewed this person once, Cesar Millan, the dog whisperer.
Oh, yeah. You were really emotional for that interview.
Yeah, I cried, and he didn't really care. It was fine. fine. It's fine. I don't worry about it in the shower. But what he taught you is, first of all, I got outside. I got Josie a dog. I rescued a dog to get outside. I wasn't leaving my apartment. So I got a dog to take walks. And then he taught me your energy will be felt by the dog. And that's when I started changing my energy and realizing how important energy was. And that took me on a whole other journey. Jeff?
I'm laughing because earlier we did this and I got a sticky note to go in order.
I did too.
Oh, you did?
And
you didn't follow it.
I messed up.
We can do it, guys.
See, Karen, who needs the sticky note now? All right, so that was a totally, you had to be here for. Anyways, Tony Robbins was my guy. I know it sounds super cliche, but when I came back from California, the first time a failure, I was done playing football, bad relationship, everything. My boss that I worked for at the time really taught me about the power of positive thinking, and it's changed my life. From that moment, he taught me to thinking positively, to just everything, and it started all with Tony Robbins.
What did your boss say that like really resonates with you?
He would put me in the room for half of the 8-hour day and just be like, sit in here and listen to positive things, whether Tony Robbins or some other motivational speaker, and he's like, I'll pay you just sitting here, because he knew me when I was 16.
What an angel.
And then 10 years later, he's like, you're not the same guy. We need to get you back where you were. And he changed my life.
Incredible.
Yeah, man, that was
Albert?
Yeah, for me it was Muhammad Ali.
Yeah. Oh my gosh.
Even though again, talking about seeming cliche, but if like, I think when we see Muhammad Ali, we see him through two lenses, just as an incredible boxer or as a, an advocate for marginalized people. But what I remember most about him is like right up until the end, like he was thrown in jail during his prime,
right?
Like when he was going to be at his height, and he didn't let that make him bitter,
right?
And that was like a skill that I did not possess. As a comic, my default is bitter. I'm like, we'll start at bitter, and then if we change, cool. So like looking at Ali, it's really helped me to remember that I've been blessed with a lot and to accept that and not go so
That's
negative.
a great guy.
What about
Beautiful.
you, Sam?
Mine, she came on the show. She's a local here, Amy Van Dyken,
Yes.
6-time gold medalist. And what I loved about Amy is, one, not only as a swimmer, I wanted to be just like her, but she became fast later in life. So like she actually became really fast in her college years. But then what a lot of people may not know if you don't follow her story is she became paralyzed from an ATV accident. But she still is positive, still is an advocate. You know she has so many battles that she does not talk about, but she's still a champion, whether she's in the pool or whether she's out of the pool. She is a champion. And she was a great role model back then, and she's an even better role model now. And I will forever. And when you mentioned crying, I don't know if you guys remember when she came here.
Yeah,
it was so embarrassing. I did not expect it. I was like hyperventilating in the corner.
You like lost. It was.
I was used to having posters of her and her times above my wall, so I would have them cemented into my brain so I could swim as fast as her.
That's cool.
Unbelievable woman. We love you, Amy. Come back to the studio.
Absolutely.
She's like 10 minutes from here.
Come on, Amy.
Follow her on Instagram. It's hard not to be inspired because she's always happy, always doing something. Always, I follow her too.
The best
Amy's
part,
army.
I was so excited to meet her. She looked right past me and went right to Jeff.
I was a little embarrassed because I knew how much you were like looking forward to that, but I still took that.
Yeah, she's a Jeff fan. She's a big
back
brother
to you,
fan.
Tammy.
Coming up on DBL, Queer Eyes Bobby Burke will be here live. He has a pinball machine back there. Can't wait to chat with him next.
Closed captioning.
This is Daily Blast Live. We have fiery debate. That's not true. Can I finish? We tell heartfelt stories. We're so emotional over here. We talk to the stars.
Turn up the notch on that.
Great research.
DBL is all new every day. Want me to just say?
We did not get to it, but yes, a man in Mexico, I believe, he crowd surfed his baby. Sam, do you remember we didn't get the story?
baby.
Oh, yeah.
At the very end of the show.
That's crazy.
Chiago?
Why would anybody
never
think
know.
it's okay to crowd surf your baby?
That's the key.
What if-
That's the key.
Do you know?
What if they
Everybody
dropped
you're
it?
handing him to is
What if
hammered.
they're, yeah, no thank you.
Yeah.
You're like asking for fondling, you're asking for the baby to be dropped, you're asking for the baby to be scared. The baby's not in the mother's arms or the dad's arms or a loved one's arms.
And is it like, is
No.
the risk, if it's a burning building, okay, but like for the rocks to be like, shoot kid?
Stupid.
Yeah. I don't know.
It's also November for prostate cancer.
Possibly the 11th.
Yeah, they're okay with it?
Are we gonna
I'm saying.
Oh, yeah,
Okay,
for
he's
sure.
not at his house. Okay.
You know what?
Okay.
I thought we were talking about scheduling.
Thank you.
Are we gonna do our prostate?
Yeah.
Yeah, and in November, you're supposed to not shave for prostate cancer awareness. That's perfect.
Oh, I'm here for it.
No shave, no. Why is it November?
I'll see.
No, right? No shave November.
No, but
it's mustache.
Can you clip that for me so we can?
I think that's what they call it, Movember. Don't quote me on that.
I don't either.
Yeah, but I'm down. Let's do this. I'm down.
Oh, I love it.
Yeah. So, because I was actually asking my doctor about this like a couple years ago, and she was like, "No, you don't have to be. You have to be 45."
For me, it's Pamela.
I look. The attention I got when I had a mustache for 2 weeks was unreal.
I met Mohammed.
It was unreal. How many people had an opinion?
I thought when you said,
mustache.
can I be honest with you? When you were like, there's such a double standard, you were 1,000% correct.
Yeah, because I've said, my wife, I don't.
1,000,000%.
People talk about hairy legs and hairy armpits on women, and I said I don't prefer that, right? But everyone sure did have an opinion when I grew a mustache for 2 weeks.
Dude, I was put in my place. I was like, wait, can't say that.
No.
Welcome back to DBL. He can transform any space into what you want it to be, and with an eye for design and a big heart. He's rebuilding communities devastated by disaster. Queer Eye's interior design expert Bobby Burke joins us live.
I love this man.
Hi, everybody. It's good to be back.
So good to see you,
Bobby.
Good to see you, Bobby. All right, Bobby, I have a question for you. As a Lowe's hometown ambassador, I love this. You're helping to restore community spaces, and right now, you're restoring the Sid Katz House of the Ronald McDonald Charities in San Antonio. Could you be more of an angel? Tell us about the project and where you're at in the process, and what goes into it as a designer for that.
So we're here in San Antonio right now. There's actually 2 Ronald McDonald houses right next to them. The one I have been in, that I'm in right now, was built after the ice disaster of 2021. But in 2021, when Texas had that huge freeze, all the pipes in the Ronald McDonald House burst. It destroyed the entire property inside. So I have come in with Lowe's, and we are actually redoing all the landscaping across the entire property, making it just this beautiful Zen space where all the families can really reconnect with nature and have those moments to just decompress while they're going through some of the roughest times in their life.
Wow, that's a mitzvah.
That's great.
A mitzvah.
And first of all, shout out to the Ronald McDonald House. I know somebody personally that was recounting their time there and how important that was for their healing. You don't have to pay. It's just an incredible
Yeah, they take
place.
care of everything.
So shout out to that. Now, let's get to season 7. Queer Eye was filmed in my favorite city, New Orleans. Why do you call it the most intense season ever?
Well, normally we film an episode a week. But this season, there were some weeks where we were filming 3 episodes at once. We had a very tight schedule. We had Karamo, who we all know is now the host of the Karamo Show. He had to be back in Connecticut to film at a certain time, so we had to really rush to get through our season, so that way we didn't affect his start time. So that's why it was the most intense, because we filmed more episodes a week than we have ever done at once.
Yes, but you have to be thinking the whole time, I get to eat New Orleans food as soon as we're done shooting. So there you go.
That kept us fueled.
So, Bobby, if you're not doing enough already, you have a new song with Brazilian pop star Thiago and Rebecca. It's called Dessa Key. I think we're going to, let's take a little listen to it right now.
My muse, my saint. Oh, you got me going insane.
Wow. That's you singing?
Yeah.
What's your connection to Brazil?
So Brazil is one of the countries that has my most fans from it. Like, my fan goes from like US, UK, and Brazil is number 3. And because of all my interactions with my amazing Brazilian fans, I just got so obsessed with their culture and their music. And so through that, I became friends with Rebecca and Thiago. And when they asked me to do a song with them, I was like, absolutely. I'm even learning a little Portuguese. What? So Brazilian fans are so passionate and just show you so much love that I couldn't help but get involved.
Did you ever think you'd become a singer? Was this one of your goals? Did you always sing?
Actually, as a child, that's always what I wanted to do. Yeah. After being a lawyer, I wanted to be a singer.
You and Tori, that was my goal.
It's nice life.
I know.
You're in New Orleans helping your friend get to his talk show in Connecticut while checking on your Brazilian fan base. working for the Ronald McDonald House.
All while he's sneaking a little pinball.
You deserve it.
Man, I want a Brazilian fan base. All right, you have a new home decor collection. What design trends should we all be on the lookout for now? I'm still doing like twinkle lights, so can you talk to us?
You know what, for me, I'm not really about saying about a specific trend that you need to follow, because your home should reflect you. Your home should make you happy. So if there's something in your home that I personally would find ugly, but it makes you happy, girl, keep it.
Okay.
It's all about what makes you happy in your home. Don't listen to only the things I say. I mean, listen to some of them.
He gave you permission to keep your decor toy.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I gave you permission to keep that purple credenza from Aunt Gertrude.
Fantastic. I'll call her later. Yes. Okay, Bobby, really important day today. Today's National Coming Out Day.
Yes.
Do you have any advice for anyone struggling to come out to family and friends?
You know what? First of all, I would say that coming out is a journey that you should take at your own pace. And if you do not feel comfortable enough or safe enough to come out, do not feel pressured to do so. This is your own journey. Secondly, though, I would say that I long for the day that we don't need to have a National Coming Out Day.
I know.
Because straight people don't come out. Y'all don't say, hey, I want to sit you all down and say, I'm straight. There's no pressure to do that. But for us in the queer community, there is. So I long for the day when we don't have to come out.
Tori, I feel bad about my comment about the decor. You know I didn't mean that. I have dorm room decor.
It's nice. It's like
very homey.
It's a little cluttered, but I love everything in it.
Really?
Tori has a lava lamp.
Yeah. It's like everything you ever wanted.
There's still some good lava lamps out there.
Thanks, Bobby. I'm gonna Burke you. Bobby, we appreciate you. We love you. DBL Nation, keep an eye out for season 7 of Queer Eye on Netflix. Also visit BobbyBurke.com to check out more of his new home decor. And as we go to break, let's listen one more time to Bobby's song, shall we?
Bobby and his Brazilian fan base.
Thanks, Bobby.
Thanks,
Bye,
Bobby. Thanks, brother.
My muse, my saint. Oh, you got me going insane when the music hits my brain. Oh, it's got me going insane.
I've never really been.
Midterm election season is here, and that means there will be political ads everywhere you look. And some of those ads will inevitably make outlandish claims.
Some Verify viewers emailed us to ask if candidate ads have to tell the truth. So let's verify. Are political ads required to be factual in order to be aired on broadcast television? Our sources are the Federal Communications Commission, the Federal Trade Commission, and University of Minnesota political science professor David Schultz. The rules for political ads are very different than typical consumer products, and we want to be clear up front that the answer to this question is no. Political ads are not required to be factual in order to be aired on broadcast television. In fact, the law allows politicians to say almost whatever they want in a commercial. This is because political ads are regulated by the FCC, which applies just 2 rules. One is that all candidates have the same opportunity to buy commercial time on stations. And 2 is that politicians can say whatever they want. Accuracy is not one of the rules, although TV stations could run a disclaimer explaining the rules before airing an ad. The only consequence for politicians who produce misleading or false ads is in court, and that's only if they defame someone, which is rare and hard to prove.
I think the rationale behind it is what? The idea of saying that candidates get to say what they want, and what? The voters get to sort of, through the marketplace of ideas, decide what's true, what's false.
That marketplace could also include news stories or fact checks like Verify stories explaining what's true and false. Schultz says you should always read the fine print on an ad to see who is funding it, and do your own research on a candidate to see if what's being claimed is really true. With your Verify, I'm Brandon Lewis.
Welcome back. Did you know lower back pain is one of the major disabling health conditions as you age? It's time for some joint and muscle support brought to you by Omega XL. According to an orthopedic surgeon, adults 60 and up are more likely to develop lower back problems compared to working age adults. So here's what you could do about it. First, aerobic exercise. Think dancing and lightweight lifting. This increases blood flow and nutrients to the tissues in the lower back, which will help you with stiffness and healing. Next, maintain maintain an ideal weight. Every extra pound adds strain to the muscles and ligaments of the back, which will weaken your spine. And finally, quit smoking, correct your posture. Studies show a direct link to smoking and back pain, and keeping your bones and joints in alignment reduces additional stress on your back. Omega XL has improved the lives of millions of consumers, supported by 30 years of clinical research. Omega XL's powerful and proven benefits have transformed the lives of athletes, celebrities, and dedicated daily users. Call 1-800-686-5325 or visit omegaxl.com for more information. We'll be right back.
Promotional consideration is brought to you by
To play a high school sport in Florida, athletes have to fill out a health assessment. But a section of questions for female athletes only is drawing criticism. News reports and people are claiming that female student athletes in Florida have to report their menstrual history to the state in order to play sports. After the Supreme Court's recent ruling in Dobbs v. Jackson Women's Health, which overturned the constitutional right to an abortion granted through Roe v. Wade, some people have raised concerns about providing reproductive health data to outside sources. So let's verify. Are female athletes in Florida public high schools required to report their menstrual history to play sports? Our sources are the Florida High School Athletic Association and 3 Florida public school districts. These are the forms from the Florida High School Athletic Association that all public school student athletes in the state have to fill out in order to participate. And this section is for female athletes only. It asks questions about the athlete's reproductive health, including when was your first menstrual period and how many periods have you had in the last year. As you can see here, it says on the form that filling it out is optional. Claudia Shea, Executive Director of Communications and Engagement for the Palm Beach County School District in Florida, told Verify, claims that female athletes have to answer these questions are false. She says these questions have been on the physical form for at least 2 decades, and answering them has been optional, whether the information is provided online or on paper. In Palm Beach County, Florida, student athletes of any gender use the same form and can write not applicable in the section with questions about menstrual cycles, according to Shea. So why are these questions included on the form? The Cleveland Clinic says abnormal or irregular periods can indicate potential health problems, such as bleeding, thyroid, or pituitary disorders. So we can verify, no. Female athletes at Florida public high schools aren't required to report their menstrual history to play sports. And Florida isn't alone. Other states, including Virginia and North Carolina, ask similar questions of their student athletes. With your Verify, I'm Ariande Till.
Overly processed foods are a big part of the American diet. According to the Washington Post, 60% of calories American adults consume are from what they call frankenfoods. Scientists say these foods are designed to deliver a combo of fat, sodium, and sugar that could hijack the brain's reward system, triggering powerful cravings. The problem is, dozens of studies link ultra-processed foods to obesity, heart disease, and colon cancer. So what counts as an ultra-processed food? It's typically an industrial creation. Think hot dogs, sugary cereals, and boxed macaroni and cheese. Interesting enough, though, the National Institutes of Health found that people who ate similar foods, mostly made from scratch, lost weight and lowered their cholesterol.
Are you skeptical of headlines and what you see on social media? We are too. The Verify newsletter helps you distinguish between true and false information by answering your questions. It provides fast facts on trending topics, spotlights major stories, and even includes a daily fun fact for all those trivia buffs out there. Get Verify's fast facts delivered every weekday to your email inbox. Go to verifythis.com/email to check it out.
Before we go, check out this video of a dad crowd surfing his baby up to a stage where Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson was waiting. Eventually, the baby made her way into The Rock's arms. On Instagram, The Rock said the father caught his attention because he had tears in his eyes. He also said he's been given a lot of things on stage, but never a baby.
This is so dangerous.
You think?
What are we doing here, passing
idea.
children?
Beyond.
What are we doing here?
This is horrible. It's not funny.
I don't think it's funny. It's very strange.
And also, you put The Rock in a weird position, too. Like, if somebody hints your baby, if they're just standing there, I'm already like, okay, I love your kid, take it back. You know, I couldn't imagine just a random baby shows up. What if the guy is not there to take the kid back? What is this?
What if the kid falls?
What if you have COVID and you give it to the kid?
This is horrible. All right. DBL's new every day. We'll see you tomorrow. Bye, guys.
Options. That was.
Where hope finds help. Where courage meets conviction. Where makers make fans. We are Tegna, a family of local and national media brands that bring us together, serving the greater good of our communities. Where national know-how backs local business. Be in good company with Tegna.
Let's get right into it, shall we?
Okay, wow. I don't even know where to begin here.
Oh, am I right?
Okay,
oh my goodness, I'm just gonna sit here and be right.
I know y'all gonna be mad at me, but I'm just telling you the truth. We trying to heal together, okay?
You can smirk all you want. You don't have to tell me to go. I'm already at an 11.
Brad Pitt, sorry.
Yes.
So I know it. I don't
Don't miss a day of DBL.
Talking about today on Daily Blast Live.
A movement grows, calling out so-called propaganda on TV.
It's presenting a world where the cops can always figure out who did it.
Do shows like Law & Order unfairly glamorize police? What would the roads be like without cars constantly going over the speed limit? We're talking about the new technology that could change driving forever. Kathy Lee Gifford sticks up for her late friend Regis Philbin. What does she have to say about Kelly Ripa's new book? That's all about behind-the-scenes drama. And Queer Eye's Bobby Burke will be here live.
Oh my gosh.
Get real.
No. Y'all, just stop.
This is a sham.
It's finally here. Drum roll.
Oh my God! I was distracted by Tori singing "The Lion King."
Yeah.
For a warm-up.
You want to finish it?
It's a good warm-up.
That wasn't bad.
Thank you.
That was actually pretty good.
Yeah.
Pretty accurate.
Thank you.
Okay, welcome to DBL. Hello, everybody. Today we're going to talk about what might be your favorite TV show after DBL, of course. Law & Order and its spin-offs. They've entertained fans for decades with stars like Mariska Hargitay, Christopher Maloney, Ice-T, and believe it or not, there have been more than 1,200 episodes. It's on nearly every hour of the day, but it's not the only one. There are other cop shows that you might be fans of, like Brooklyn Nine-Nine, who could forget Hill Street Blues from the 80s, or even Dragnet, which was a huge success starting in the 50s. But are these shows really all about entertainment? So many people are criticizing them for showing an unrealistic portrayal of law enforcement and failing to depict the ugly truth of communities of color being disproportionately targeted by police. They call these shows copaganda or cop propaganda. In fact, John Oliver called it out recently, saying this would not fly if it were a medical show spreading false narratives. Take a listen.
You know, Grey's Anatomy doesn't depict what happens inside an actual hospital. Those doctors are ridiculously hot, none of them are nearly tired enough, and it needs about 5,000% more discussion of insurance. If those medical professionals were routinely claiming that vaccines cause autism and herbal remedies cure cancer, we'd probably be having a conversation about it. Because that's essentially what Law & Order is doing.
It's an interesting question. We love unpacking these conversations on DBL, so we want to hear from you. What do you think? Do shows like Law & Order unfairly glamorize police? Yes or no? Go to dblvote.com to weigh in. First of all, do you guys even watch these shows? Do you watch any of these shows?
No, but I watch The Wire, and I would say that's kind of accurate.
Yeah, but it's not as glamorous. It's more like they kind of showed cops as human beings. Some were alcoholics. You know,
right. Well, I mean, that's the reality.
That's the reality. I think they're saying, and that was going to be, that's what I was going to say too. Is I love The Wire.
Yeah.
I think some of these shows, Jeff and Tori, I don't think that they're accurate portrayals, but I don't think that that's their job. Their job is to put something on TV that people watch in between commercials, and they seem to be doing that quite well. Would it be nice if they threw in some reality? But I think a lot of people are watching TV to escape reality.
I couldn't agree more, right? I don't think it's supposed to be an honest depiction. It's not the news. It's a television show. It's made up. It's shot on a set, right? If you want to talk about shows like Cops or those shows where they get in between and they have cameras, when they all shut that down because of the George Floyd and the Black Lives Matter thing, I think that's why they shut those down. I don't know why. I thought that was a bad idea to shut those down, because wouldn't you want more police officers and people wearing cameras to show what's happening, what's really going on, and not editing it, showing all of it. If they do something wrong, show that. It's on camera. I don't know why they got rid of those shows, but this is a TV show, and now we have problems with this. So West Wing, let's cancel that. Veep, get rid of that because it's not real. It's like, come on.
I hate this. I hate this from the bottom of my heart, but I agree. I really do think it's a TV show and it's escapism. My parents watch because in part A, some joggers find a dead body. The dead body in part B is found to be a pharmacist. That guy is killed by the guy at the very end. And now I do understand that the NYPD is very close while working with Law & Order people on set. So there is in cahoots, if you will, to show a good light, if you will, because they protect the set, they shoot in New York. I get that. But I don't need the TV show to show me a real version. I watch TV to totally get out of reality.
But listen, I'm not saying any show should be canceled, but I think it's a really interesting conversation, and our responsibility as parents, if you watch those shows with like your teenagers or young adult children, because at the end of the day, it does change a general consensus. So it doesn't mean that it's not their job to change it. I agree with all of you, but I do think it pushes, just like when you watch a Disney movie. I will have a conversation with Sophie if we watch Sleeping Beauty, that obviously you have to consent to anybody kissing you. So I think it's okay to say, listen, for example, in every single episode, and the reason why a lot of people love Law & Order, and the viewership is way higher than any other cop show out there, is because they love that ending, right?
Where it all wraps up.
It's a strip show, yes. It takes place in beats.
Yeah,
yes.
And quote unquote,
and it's relaxing.
Yeah, the good guy catches the bad guy, but you never see episodes of anybody falsely imprisoned or falsely accused, or in every episode the perpetrator of a crime is arrested in real life. Nearly 40% of murder and manslaughter cases go without an arrest, even fewer in rape cases. Right. So I just want there to be a conversation.
And there is a new show, East New York, just to point out, with Jimmy Smits from NYPD Blue, that's coming out, and I think we have a little bit of the trailer just to show behind me. Just, you know, it's all about a minority group in Brooklyn, and he has to go in there because there's police corruption about this situation. So new TV shows are coming out, and The Wire is a great example of also that was super realistic about what's going on.
That there's this thing, because I think as a viewer and somebody that would like to write for television, I would be interested in police corruption. But I think as somebody that's not interested in writing for television, that wants to watch these shows, I think that's why they say true crime is so popular with a certain demographic of people, is that they have anxiety. So they want to see that, like, if something happens, here's how you do it. If somebody attacks me, here's how I get away. Put my elbow up and kick his knee or whatever. People want to pretend like there's somebody out there. And I talk about this in my act after having my car stolen and my house basically broken into. There's nobody, guys. Where's the camera? There's nobody. There's nothing. There's like a couple phone calls that you can make, maybe a cop will send an email, but for a lot of people, there's no safety net, so they have to watch it on TV, and I kind of understand that security.
But not always, though, too. And to your point, I fully agree with you, but I also know that when Erica Cobb talks about her home burglary, she had a very great interaction with police, and they really did help her. So I just want to make sure.
That was an emergency, and they did a great job.
Agreed.
I'm saying when somebody, steals your car and you think, like, oh, a cop is going to, like, send a unit out, they're not. there's nothing, because there's too many crimes. I get it. So
I just want to make sure you made that distinction.
Yeah, but to have a TV show be your reality, right? It's a right. Like, I don't think people understand. First of all, I can't stand when you make something rhyme, like propaganda, copaganda, and everyone's like all on board, and it's a hashtag. I can't stand that. Okay, that's number one.
That's what you're most upset.
Yeah, I'm the most upset about that because that's the new thing. You don't even need a good TV show with good actors. If you have a good name that rhymes, everyone's like, yes. No, it's not. So let me get back to my point here. It's one writer's depiction of what their reality is. If I wrote a show about anything, let's use cops. Someone in Baltimore is going to have a different experience. Someone in Miami is going to have someone in Montana is going to have a different experience. I can't cater to everybody's specific needs about what your reality is with the police, whatever it is. With a coffee house in New York City based on 5 friends. I'm sorry that they're all white, that there wasn't any black people in there. Well, maybe that was that showrunner's identity, and that's where he grew up.
Totally, but you don't have to change it, and I don't think the show should. But don't you think it also is a great time to open up conversation with your teenage children? I think it is. I would love if Sophie at 15 years old was in a Law and Order, and I could say, hey, just so you know.
But I think Sophie will have more. I'm sorry to cut you off.
That's okay.
I think Sophie, especially when she gets to be 15, well, it's beautiful. She'll have so many options of things to watch, so many documentaries to watch on YouTube or Netflix, or talk to her friends, or go on Reddit and read articles. I don't know if when Dragnet was out, I was actually listening to a podcast about the beginning of LSD. They used Dragnet and those kind of shows to kind of propagandize and get people scared of LSD, and having these actors running around. And like you see, we're just kind of starting to circle back to that now, 50, 60 years later. So this has been used for purposes, other than just ratings. So there is precedent for this as well.
But we have to depict everything. So when they show a drunk Irish guy, we have to be like, not all Irish people are drunk. This is a good moment to talk about that. You can't talk about every single thing that happens in everybody's life.
Slippery slope. Yeah, I agree with you.
Pick and choose in your own household.
Exactly.
And you never liked Click It or Ticket?
That was a good one. That made you think about
Click It or Ticket?
That was like the beginning of it, and then people just went bananas with it.
All right, let's see what our viewers say. 35% of you say yes. Shows like Law and Order unfairly glamorize police. 66% of you say no. Coming up on DBL, are you guilty of rude house guest behavior? We're talking about some of the worst things you can do at someone else's place. And can you imagine what the roads would be like if no one could drive over the speed limit? We're talking about a new technology that could change the way you drive.
Closed captioning provided by.
Okay, wow. I don't even know where to begin here.
I'm just going to sit here and be right.
I know y'all going to be mad at me, but I'm just telling you the truth.
You can smirk all you want. You don't have to tell me to go.
Brad Pitt.
I do that story.
It's such a
Today we didn't have a lead, and
right. Well, this is the
that was really good, guys.
Because it's like I get what you're saying. Like, it's not always time for a talk. Sometimes you just want to watch something.
Don't you want to watch not to see it?
Right.
My mom watches it so she can feel safe with the A, the B, and the C. It's all wrapped up. She wants that. She craves that because life is so unstructured.
There is another side to it.
There's a huge other side. I live that other side.
I think that's what it's really
like.
Of course. And for many people in the country, it's not like that.
Right.
And the new NYPD and Law and Order have been in bed together forever. I mean, they are so entwined.
Well, you can have access to them.
I'm just saying, it's interesting because there is that other side to it.
It's like if you're going to do a show about college football, if you're going to go after the corruption in college football, well, you're not going to get to interview Chris Fowler or Kirk Herbstreit or be on the Alabama 50-yard line doing an interview. Right. You're not going to have access. But if you go, college football is really great. Me and my dad bonded over this. You're like, hey, Jeff, do you want to do this from the Orange Bowl? And you'd be like, it's like, of course. If you're going to go after their product, they're not going to give you the access, and that's kind of the trade-off. So whichever show you want to make
But I mean,
show.
they can't. I totally get both sides. Totally get both sides. I totally get it. But it's also the angle of who's writing that script. The Wire is much different than Law and Order.
Right.
Way different. Yeah. Right. So it's like, who's writing that script? What point of view are you looking at it from? The Wire shows a totally different point of view. That's actually probably more realistic than anything else that I've seen.
I would argue that I agree with you about The Wire, but I would also argue that Law and Order taught people about Miranda rights, getting a lawyer, understanding about DNA. I think it actually helped with criminals, not criminals, but people's rights. If they do get arrested, Law and Order sort of maybe not fairly, but at least taught you at least some of the procedural things that happen.
Yeah, The Wire really taught me about like why City Hall beefs with like the police sergeant.
And if you haven't seen The Wire, check it out. It's an older series, but it's really great.
Because I get a free one anyway.
Welcome back. The NTSB is recommending a new device in cars that would stop the driver from speeding. Some of these devices would actually prevent you from ever driving over the speed limit. They say it could prevent tens of thousands of deaths every year. So what do we think of this? Do we think this is a good idea? Tori, you're very stern right now.
I've read a book on traffic.
What are you talking about?
I feel like that was like a tranquilizer dart for Jeff. That was such a boring intro that I felt you were just going to drop off.
Speaking of depicting reality, yeah, this is it.
I read a book on traffic because I was interested in why traffic happens.
What?
And there's a psychology and reason behind it, and it's when people go in and out and speed up and slow down. If everyone went the exact speed limit, it would be so much faster for everyone, exponentially faster, and people would save a gazillion lives. So I, on the surface, kind of like this idea, but I'm worried because I feel like it's a little government taking over my car for me.
What if you just speed off because somebody's chasing you? What if there's a fire?
I was going to say a baby. I didn't know you were going to take it there.
No, but that's fair. They're emergencies. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah. What would you do?
I was just thinking about merging. Like if you have to speed up sometimes and someone's like a Tory driver and you're like, they definitely don't see me. You know what I mean? Your car looks like those Matchbox cars where you hit it and it's dent and then you hit it again and it's like super dented. Remember those old school
cars lose their value right after you take them off.
I don't park near
If it makes you feel better, yours has none.
Yeah, I won't park near Tori because of that very reason.
For sure.
No.
For sure. But anyways, you got to speed up sometimes to merge to avoid someone else. And if your car's locked at a certain number, I think that's dangerous.
But technically, if you're all going the same speed limit, you wouldn't need to merge. It would all work out almost, and it will do this in the future. It will be run by computers so that we won't be driving it.
Well, that's terrifying.
No, but that's the future.
You know what,
that's the future.
I feel like we're headed towards all being like a pack of ants then. Like we're just
That's what will happen.
There's no individuals. I kind of like being able to control the speed of my car.
Yeah.
I kind of like having autonomy over my life. I even, I know there's certain companies that will say, you can put the console in and like if you didn't go over the limit, you get a discount. I don't even want that. I want.
What if it saves? Listen, I'm with you, but if it saves lives,
right. That's right.
If my daughter is driving at 16 years old and it's going to make the road safer for her, I'm all for it. I wouldn't mind if everybody had a breathalyzer in their car, myself included. I don't care.
Why do you need a breathalyzer if it's going to drive you?
What do you mean?
What do you mean? If someone's going to drive the car for you,
no, take that aside.
Have a beer in there.
If you didn't have that, you don't mind that.
Right?
I'm not talking about if the cars drive themselves. I'm talking about if the government were to make sure that your car doesn't go over a certain speed, to ensure that there's less accidents, or to make sure that everybody has a breathalyzer in their car, to ensure that there's no drinking and driving. I'm okay with that.
Except then I come back with you, which is why I was doing this face with the Fourth Amendment of search and seizure, and I absolutely am not giving you my breath without a warrant, right? Because I don't want the government spending too much of their time in my autonomy, just like Al said.
Wait, what's wrong with the government knowing your breath? I'm just curious.
That's like you're taking something of mine without having a probable cause for it.
And so your data will be used against you in some kind of way.
In some way, people won't want, you can't ask for a blood, DNA. You need some kind of warrant because you are getting something from someone. That's a search and seizure of your body. And I don't think that the police have any right to do that to anybody unless there's probable cause.
Well, what if the police aren't involved? It's just your car won't work, like a standard breathalyzer.
It feels a little bit like government, like 1984 to me. That's where I'm back and forth.
And also, there'd be a lot of alcohol lobbyists that probably wouldn't want that out there. I don't think people would want that. I've always wondered why bars have parking lots. I always thought that was interesting.
That's true.
Right, how are you going to show up to it?
Point. Yeah, but you shouldn't if you're going to drink and drive.
Well, there's right, but then you're telling me, well, okay, there's a lot.
Coming up on DBL, we're talking all about the house guest etiquette. Are you guilty of doing any rude behavior?
Your personal information.
Midterm election season is here, and that means there will be political ads everywhere you look. And some of those ads will inevitably make outlandish claims.
Some Verify viewers emailed us to ask if candidate ads have to tell the truth. So let's verify. Are political ads required to be factual in order to be aired on broadcast television? Our sources are the Federal Communications Commission, the Federal Trade Commission, and University of Minnesota political science professor David Schultz. The rules for political ads are very different than typical consumer products, and we want to be clear up front that the answer to this question is no. Political ads are not required to be factual in order to be aired on broadcast television. In fact, the law allows politicians to say almost whatever they want in a commercial. This is because political ads are regulated by the FCC, which applies just 2 rules. One is that all candidates have the same opportunity to buy commercial time on stations. And 2 is that politicians can say whatever they want. Accuracy is not one of the rules, although TV stations could run a disclaimer explaining the rules before airing an ad. The only consequence for politicians who produce misleading or false ads is in court, and that's only if they defame someone, which is rare and hard to prove.
I think the rationale behind it is what? The idea of saying that candidates get to say what they want, and what? The voters get to sort of, through the marketplace of ideas, decide what's true, what's false.
That marketplace could also include news stories or fact checks, like Verify stories explaining what's true and false. Schultz says you should always read the fine print on an ad to see who is funding it, and do your own research on a candidate to see if what's being claimed is really true. With your Verify, I'm Brandon Lewis.
Welcome back. After the pandemic shut down any type of social scene for months, many of us found a new appreciation for gathering at friends' or families' houses. But do you know how to properly behave as house guests? Let's find out. An etiquette expert shared some common rude behaviors when visiting someone's home. So first up, this is an obvious one: overstaying your welcome. Some people do not understand this one.
What's the code? What should be your tip, like, that you should leave? What do you think?
Yeah, go ahead.
Go for it.
I do the Midwestern.
You actually do that?
The knee slap. Well,
yeah, right. You like it when people overstay
to be
their
honest,
welcome.
you can all laugh, but it's actually, I want you out of my house at some point. And so I think at some point there's little social cues you can give. Lights can turn off. Doors can close.
I start putting away the dishes.
Doors can close?
You want me to leave?
What do you guys do?
When I want someone to leave my house?
Yeah.
It's getting late, man. What's up?
Yeah. Here's my kind of low-level rule. I feel like, okay, if you came as a couple, if the second to last couple or the second to last individual is about to leave, you guys leave together. You should never be the last person or the last couple there with the host. So if we're at Sam's house,
we got it.
Gosh. He was gonna literally present a PowerPoint. Do you have a whiteboard? Yeah. Right. Okay. Next.
I walked right into that.
Snooping around the house. What do we think about this?
Other people's?
Yeah. It's rude if someone comes to your home and starts snooping.
Yeah, of course. What's the breakdown?
But you do it.
No, you don't.
Some people look in medicine cabinets on dates.
I've done that on dates.
I've done that on dates.
For sure. But I dated, 20 years ago? I've been with my husband forever. But I used to in the medicine cabinet all the time.
What were you looking for?
Nothing. Just curious. What kind of face wash does he use?
Right.
What kind of, does he use eye cream? Does he not?
I was also, is he on medication in any way?
Yeah. No, I never cared about the medication part.
You don't just look under the sink?
Like you look in other people's sinks?
I just want to see what they have under there. Like, oh, cotton balls, okay. I just think I'm not stealing stuff.
I'm not stealing. I never thought you would.
I know, I'm just curious about what your house is
That makes it better. I wasn't stealing anything, I was just looking through your wife's underwear drawer. Oh, it's all right, it's cool.
There's more. Okay. Showing up empty-handed. I don't care about this. I just want you to come over. You don't need to bring anything.
That's a big deal.
You gotta
bring something.
You gotta bring a little.
You can't go.
Flowers, a bowl.
Flowers.
Yeah, a wine bottle, something. You gotta bring something.
I always bring something, but I would never be offended if someone came to my house and didn't bring anything.
If I was running late and I could not pick anything up, I would call and be like, hey, I can't. I'll order something when I get there. But I feel like it's just the gesture.
Yeah, it's just something in your hand.
Now what?
Why was that funny?
I don't know.
It could be anything in your hand.
Yeah, you could walk in with anything in your hand.
Now what if it's like
you guys made that sexual?
No, it's made that funny.
What if you were the just napkins and
what
paper
if I
cups
came to your
guy?
house with something in my hand? What up, Al?
Okay, wait, we have more. Bringing an uninvited +1. That's a little weird, I think.
Yeah.
Like someone I don't know, just coming along.
Erica Cobb had said earlier that if she doesn't know you, I don't want to walk past someone at a party. I don't know where you're coming from because I don't want you in my house in that way. And I'd never thought about that.
But I think we are people of a certain age.
Oh, yeah.
I think when you had a house party when you were 22, if you knew 4 people in there, it was a win.
Yeah, that's true.
So I think it's age-wise.
Yes. And then we have one more, waiting to share dietary restrictions. That wouldn't bother me. I mean, I don't volunteer it when for me, because, you know, I don't eat meat, but I wouldn't mind if someone came to me and said, hey, my daughter has celiac disease. Do you have anything gluten-free? I wouldn't care. Would you?
I wouldn't care, but I would appreciate it if I was told ahead.
Heads up.
Especially if it's like, obviously we'll have a vegetarian or vegan option, probably whatever we're doing.
Yeah.
But if it's celiac or something like that's really serious like that, I would want to know just for medical. If somebody had like a real peanut allergy, not like I don't feel well, but like my throat closes, shoot me a text.
You know, my dad's allergic that way with lobster and crab, and we've never mentioned it to anyone we're going to a dinner party with.
You might want to.
And I never thought about it.
Crustacean inside the sauce.
I didn't.
My buddy, if you put like shrimp on the grill.
Like the pan can't have it.
Are
well, like if you put it on the grill.
Crustacean inside the sauce? I'm still here.
Oh, all right, let's go back.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, that was it.
I'm sorry, Sam.
What's wrong with crustacean in the sauce?
That was quite a sentence.
I'm thinking about her father.
That's actually
Somebody
lovely.
could be making a pasta, and then they have a lobster sauce or some sort of shellfish sauce, and then her dad's in the hospital. That's me being a very courteous host.
Crustacean in the
You
sauce.
can smell it too.
Yeah.
If you're allergic, you can kind of get a heads up.
Not
you know what I mean?
always. We'll be right back.
There's a joke.
Promotional.
To play a high school sport in Florida, athletes have to fill out a health assessment. But a section of questions for female athletes only is drawing criticism. News reports and people are claiming that female student athletes in Florida have to report their menstrual history to the state in order to play sports. After the Supreme Court's recent ruling in Dobbs v. Jackson Women's Health, which overturned the constitutional right to an abortion granted through Roe v. Wade, some people have raised concerns about providing reproductive health data to outside sources. So let's verify. Are female athletes in Florida public high schools required to report their menstrual history to play sports? Our sources are the Florida High School Athletic Association and 3 Florida public school districts. These are the forms from the Florida High School Athletic Association that all public school student athletes in the state have to fill out in order to participate. And this section is for female athletes only. It asks questions about the athlete's reproductive health, including when was your first menstrual period and how many periods have you had in the last year. As you can see here, it says on the form that filling it out is optional. Claudia Shea, Executive Director of Communications and Engagement for the Palm Beach County School District in Florida, told Verify, claims that female athletes have to answer these questions are false. She says these questions have been on the physical form for at least 2 decades, and answering them has been optional, whether the information is provided online or on paper. In Palm Beach County, Florida, student athletes of any gender use the same form and can write not applicable in the section with questions about menstrual cycles, according to Shea. So why are these questions included on the form? The Cleveland Clinic says abnormal or irregular periods can indicate potential health problems, such as bleeding, thyroid, or pituitary disorders. So we can verify, no. Female athletes at Florida public high schools aren't required to report their menstrual history to play sports. And Florida isn't alone. Other states, including Virginia and North Carolina, ask similar questions of their student athletes. With your Verify, I'm Ariande Till.
Overly processed foods are a big part of the American diet. According to the Washington Post, 60% of calories American adults consume are from what they call frankenfoods. Scientists say these foods are designed to deliver a combo of fat, sodium, and sugar that could hijack the brain's reward system, triggering powerful cravings. The problem is, dozens of studies link ultra-processed foods to obesity, heart disease, and colon cancer. So what counts as an ultra-processed food? It's typically an industrial creation. Think hot dogs, sugary cereals, and boxed macaroni and cheese. Interesting enough, though, the National Institutes of Health found that people who ate similar foods, mostly made from scratch, lost weight and lowered their cholesterol.
Are you skeptical of headlines and what you see on social media? We are too. The Verify newsletter helps you distinguish between true and false information by answering your questions. It provides fast facts on trending topics, spotlights major stories, and even includes a daily fun fact for all those trivia buffs out there. Get Verify's fast facts delivered every weekday to your email inbox. Go to verifythis.com/email to check it out.
We love sharing your comments. Julia says, I love to cook and bake, so I usually bring food and tell them you can eat it now or eat it later. Carolyn says, I love the sweater Tori has on. Too cute.
Thanks, guys. It's a dress, and it's like, is it winter? Maybe not.
And Jeff and I thought she was wearing a Snuggie.
I like your sweater.
We do love it.
Thank you.
You know
very
I like a big cozy sweater.
Oh, it's lovely.
Backhanded compliment.
If you're leaving us, you can watch the second half of the show online, watch on YouTube or our DBL mobile app. But if you get the second half of the show where you are, here is what's ahead. Queer Eye's interior design expert Bobby Burke will be here live. He's telling us why the latest season of the hit show is the most intense. Plus, Kathy Lee Gifford on Kelly Ripa's book.
As candidates make their final push before the midterm elections, you may start seeing more of them touting endorsements from celebrities or notable organizations. That led Verify viewer Jack to wonder whether politicians might simply be paying those folks to endorse them. So let's verify. Is it legal for political candidates to pay for endorsements? Our sources are the Federal Election Commission and the Federal Election Campaign Act. According to the FEC, there is no law banning candidates from paying for endorsements. A spokesperson told Verify, quote, no provisions in the FEC rules specifically address paid endorsements of federal candidates. But candidates are legally required to disclose such payments. The Federal Election Campaign Act requires campaigns for federal office to file regular reports on where their money comes from and where it goes. That report has to include the name and address of any person to whom an expenditure in excess of $200 is made, together with the date, amount, and purpose of such expenditure. So, paying for an endorsement isn't illegal, but trying to hide that payment could get you in trouble. A notable example, a former Iowa state senator named Kent Sorensen. According to court records in 2012, he took money in exchange for endorsements for Republican candidates for president. He was charged with willfully causing false expenditure reports and obstruction of justice. He pleaded guilty and received a 15-month prison sentence. But it was for the cover-up, not the payments themselves. So we can verify, yes, it is legal for federal candidates to pay for endorsements, but they are legally required to disclose those payments. With your Verify, I'm Casey Decker.
Is Daily Blast Live. We're talking about what you're talking about.
Oh my gosh.
Get real.
No. Y'all, just stop.
This is a sham.
It's finally here. Drum roll. Welcome to DBL. We started to talk about this topic and then we had to shut it down because we were like, we got to save it for the show. So we're very eager. Kathy Lee Gifford didn't hold back when talking about Kelly Ripa's new book. In her memoir, Kelly dished on her quote unquote complicated working relationship with Regis. Kelly said they weren't friends off set and it took years for her to earn her place on the show. But Kathy Lee told Good Day New York she had a very different experience with Regis. Watch.
I'm not going to read the book. I haven't read it. I don't even know if it's out yet. I just know, I know what Regis was to me, Rosanna. He was 15 years the best partner a person could ever have.
Okay, Tori, so you were about to have a lot to say about this.
Yeah, and I don't, first of all,
That's a strange way to set it up, but I love it.
Here we go. Boom. One thing that got me was that it's posthumous. So Regis isn't here to speak up for himself, which that always makes me a little uncomfortable. But I think both of these things can be true in this universe. I think Kathy Lee can have an experience that was very, very different. They came up together. They were closer in that way. Kelly came into a successful show. That's a newbie. She also could have a very different experience that both can live in this world. And Kathy doesn't have to read the book. And I don't think they oppose each other. I think it's weird to not let someone tell their story from their angle if we're like trying to shut down Kelly. Now, I don't like that Regis has passed. I find that a little difficult because he, again, isn't here. But that was her experience. I don't understand why we don't sort of testify to that.
I don't know. I have a weird point of view about everything. And I feel like I'm getting so outdated on the way I think and like work ethic because nobody thinks like that anymore. At least you're not allowed to say that. Why not show some grace for the man who made your whole life and say, you know what? This man changed my life and I'm still on air because of this man and everything I've learned because of this man. The ups and the downs, the bads, the goods, the friendship and the sadness is all that I've learned from this man. Where is that? Where does that go? You need to tell me that you had one bad day and Regis said something that might have been snappy to your experience in the hallway, but your whole life was changed because of this man, and you're going to share that part if that's the part we're talking about. I'm sure there's a lot of other things she said, but where's the grace? Where's the gratefulness? Her whole life was changed because of this man, and you're going to throw a shot at him after he's gone?
Maybe she mentioned that, though, just to play devil's advocate here.
Yeah, totally, but no one just, everything's like, both sides of the fence is good, and this is great. It's like, no, it's not, man.
Right.
No, it's not.
But listen, we always have good days and bad days, right? We've been together for 5 years. I consider all of you my family, and I know that there's going to be ups and downs, ebbs and flows, like any family would be, because that's how close we are. So I'm hoping that in the book, I have not read the book, but I'm hoping that it's just the media hanging on to this one sentence, and that there are moments where she did give him credit. I hope she did, because she should, but maybe we're nitpicking or cherry picking.
I think we would all be conscious if we were giving a quote and we knew that a book was going to be written about DBL.
Right.
If I said, you know what, Jeff and I have had our differences, I would make sure that there wasn't a period, that there was a comma in that sentence, so I could not be misquoted. But I would say he's one of the finest men I've ever sat next to. Yeah. Because if I'd go, Jeff and I, we butted heads. I just had a lot of issues with him. Tori was cool, and I mean, Jeff and I they're not going to get that second sentence. And if you give anybody an opportunity to go after the person that changed your life, people that want to sell books and sensationalize things, you have to know that that's the sentence they're going to take.
If I'm writing a memoir, I agree with you guys. Absolutely everything you said is right.
But I appreciate your point of view.
Regis did give her everything, and to be gracious is an art and should have been appreciated, and maybe it is. However, if I want to write a memoir, are you saying I have to cater and curate everything to make sure it's sanitary so that no bad comment? Then what am I reading? All good things. Nothing has any kind of conflict to it?
Say what you mean and mean what you say. So if we had negative interactions the whole time, and Jeff want to hear, then say that and be honest. But don't give anybody any latitude to say something where it can be taken either way, because you know which way they're going to take it.
Be smart.
Right.
Yeah.
Say what you mean.
Great point of view. Okay, George Clooney is talking about being an older dad. George became a dad at 56 when he had his twins with Amal. He told Hoda Kotb he's not scared of being too old to miss major milestones in their life. Watch.
No, I kind of like the idea of being sort of out of it when, like, my daughter starts to date. Papa, I want you to meet, he's a drummer in a band. How about? I like toast. I'm okay with it.
So what do we think about this?
I mean,
for me, it's my mom. For me, I'm 40. I don't have kids, and the thing that gets me is my mom won't. If I have kids later, she won't be able to see the bat mitzvah. That's what gets me. It's like, I understand what I gave up to have kids later in life, but it sucks for the parents.
Oh, that's really honest, Tori.
Yeah. I think that's what I think about the most, and I know Erica feels the same way. And that's all I think about is the marriages, all that, I put it off for this and for when I'm comfortable to do it, not for her, but she's missing out on that. And that sucks. Sorry, Mom.
No. Yeah.
Yeah, I told that we had this conversation earlier. That's why I told him, you can't have kids based on someone else's wants or needs, right?
Exactly.
Bringing a child in this world takes a lot of love. It takes a lot of energy. It takes a lot of strength. We're getting up at 2 in the morning, night after night, and sleep deprived. And you don't want a thought coming in your head saying, I didn't even want you. You know what I mean? Because you think some crazy things when it's day number 2 weeks in and you haven't slept and it's 3 in the morning, and having that on your mind is not something you want on your mind. So.
Right.
Do what's right for Tori.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
I appreciate that. I really do.
And I was going to say, to Jeff's point, you're going to have the thought the other way, too, because if you had children, you would be at home, maybe watching DBL.
I wouldn't be here, right?
I could be, that's my seat that person is sitting in. And I was talking to somebody who was looking at our Giselle-Tom Brady conversation, and we were emailing back and forth this weekend, and I said, it's just such a tough situation for women, because if you're career-driven, it's not, society, it's your aunt.
Yeah.
And the person who changed your diaper and your mom going, Sam, you're killing me. Where are these kids? And if you get the kids, then they're like, Sam, I thought you had drive. What happened to the Sam that was a Division I swimmer? Now you're just at home watching TV. So good luck, ladies.
Yeah.
What are you going to do?
Yeah. Ambition plus uterus is hard.
It's a lot of pressure.
It's hard.
A lot of pressure. But I will present one other point before we move on. He said at 56, and you even mentioned it too, it's exhausting, right?
Yeah.
I look at 30-year-old Sam, and I'm glad I waited to have kids at 38 and 40 or ish. I don't know how I would be. Of course, George Clooney has help. I'm assuming he does. I don't know how I would be at 56 years old. I'm tired now.
Yeah.
So I do think that's something that people that want to have children have to think about, because your energy changes drastically as you get older.
Yeah, I enjoy cross stitch. Yeah,
you are. Yeah.
Should be fun for the child.
A new study suggests that 6 out of 10 people say a celebrity has gotten them through a tough time in their lives. People struggling with fears and self-doubt say stars like Oprah, The Rock, Rebel Wilson, Tyler Perry, and survivalist Bear Grylls have inspired them to push past these limitations. Now, almost 70% say they respond positively to celebs if they know they're struggling with the same issue. Has a celebrity gotten any of you out of a bad time? What about you, Jeff? Or Tori, what about you?
I loved, and we interviewed this person once, Cesar Millan, the dog whisperer.
Oh, yeah. You were really emotional for that interview.
Yeah, I cried and he didn't really care. It's okay. It was fine. It's fine. I don't worry about it in the shower. But he taught you is, first of all, I got outside. I got Josie a dog. I rescued a dog to get outside. I wasn't leaving my apartment. So I got a dog to take walks. And then he taught me your energy will be felt by the dog, and that's when I started changing my energy and realizing how important energy was, and that took me on a whole other journey.
Jeff?
I'm laughing because earlier we did this and I got a sticky note to go in order.
I did too.
Oh, you did?
And
you didn't follow it.
I messed up. We can do it, guys.
See, Karen, who needs the sticky note now? All right, so that was you had to be here for. Anyways, Tony Robbins was my guy. I know it sounds super cliche, but when I came back from California the first time, a failure. I was done playing football, bad relationship, everything. My boss that I worked for at the time really taught me about the power of positive thinking, and it's changed my life. From that moment, he taught me to thinking positively, to just everything, and it started all with Tony Robbins.
What did your boss say that like really resonates with you?
He would put me in the room for half of the 8-hour day and just be like, sit in here and listen to positive things, whether Tony Robbins or some other motivational speaker. And he's like, I'll pay you just sitting here. Because he knew me when I was 16.
What an angel.
And then 10 years later, he's like, you're not the same guy. We need to get you back where you were. And he changed my life.
Incredible.
Yeah, man, that was...
Albert?
Yeah, for me, it was Muhammad Ali.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Even though, again, talking about seeming cliche, but if like, I think when we see Muhammad Ali, we see him through 2 lenses, just as an incredible boxer or as a, an advocate for marginalized people. But what I remember most about him is like right up until the end, like he was thrown in jail during his prime,
right?
Like when he was going to be at his height, and he didn't let that make him bitter,
right?
And that was like a skill that I did not possess. As a comic, my default is bitter. I'm like, we'll start at bitter, and then if we change, cool. So like looking at Ali, it's really helped me to remember that I've been blessed with a lot and to accept that and not go so negative.
That's a great
That's
call.
What about
beautiful.
you, Sam?
Mine, she came on the show. She's a local here, Amy Van Dyken,
Yes.
6-time gold medalist. And what I loved about Amy is, one, not only as a swimmer, I wanted to be just like her, but she became fast later in life. So like she actually became really fast in her college years. But then what a lot of people may not know if you don't follow her story is she became paralyzed from an ATV accident. But she still is positive, still is an advocate. You know she has so many battles that she does not talk about, but she's still a champion, whether she's in the pool or whether she's out of the pool. She is a champion. And she was a great role model back then, and she's an even better role model now, and I will forever. And when you mentioned crying, I don't know if you guys remember when she came here.
Yeah,
it was so embarrassing. I did not expect it. I was like hyperventilating in the corner.
You like lost. It was so...
I was used to having posters of her and her times above my wall, so I would have them cemented into my brain so I could swim as fast as her.
That's cool.
Unbelievable woman. We love you, Amy. Come back to the studio.
Absolutely.
She's like 10 minutes from here.
Come on, Amy.
Follow her on Instagram. It's hard not to be inspired because she's always happy, always doing something. I follow her too.
The best
Amy's
part,
Army.
I was so excited to meet her. She looked right past me and went right to Jeff.
I was a little embarrassed because I knew how much you were like looking forward to that, but I still took that.
Yeah, she's a Jeff fan. She's a big
back
brother
to you,
fan.
Tammy.
Yeah. Coming up on DBL, Queer Eyes Bobby Burke will be here live.
Pinball.
He has a pinball machine back there. Can't wait to chat with him next.
Closed captioning.
This is Daily Blast Live. We have fiery debate.
That's not true. Can I finish?
We tell heartfelt stories. We're so emotional over here. We talk to the stars.
Turn up the notch on that. Great research.
DBL is all new every day. Want me to just say?
We did not get to it, but yes, a man in Mexico, I believe, he crowd surfed his baby. Sam, do you remember?
That baby.
Oh yeah,
at the very end of the show.
That's crazy.
Chiago?
Why would anybody
never
think
know.
it's okay to crowd surf your baby?
That's a key.
What if-
That's a key.
Do you know?
What if they
Everybody
dropped
you're
it?
handing him to is
What if
hammered.
they're, yeah, no
That's the
thank
key.
you.
Yeah.
You're like asking for fondling, you're asking for the baby to be dropped, you're asking for the baby to be scared. The baby's not in the mother's arms or the dad's arms or a loved one's arms.
And it's like, there's
No.
the risk. If it's a burning building, okay, but like for the rocks to
Right,
be like, shoot kid.
stupid.
Yeah. I don't know.
It's also November for prostate cancer.
Oh,
Possibly the 11th, but they
Yeah, they're okay with it?
Are we gonna?
I'm going to. I'm saying.
Oh, yeah, for
okay,
sure.
he's not at his house. Okay.
You know
Okay.
I thought we were talking about scheduling.
Thank you.
Are we gonna do our prostate?
Yeah.
Yeah, and in November, you're supposed to not shave for prostate cancer awareness. That's perfect.
Oh, I'm here for it.
No shave, no. Why is it
question.
November?
I'll see.
No, right? No shave November.
Kelly?
No, but it's mustache.
Can you clip that
Movember.
for me so we can?
Is that
I
why
think
they
I
say
think
it?
that's why they call it Movember.
Movember.
Don't quote me on that.
I don't either.
Yeah, but I'm down. Let's do this. Like, I'm down.
Oh, I love it.
Yeah. So, because I was actually asking my doctor about this like a couple years ago, and she was like, "No, you don't have to be. You have to be 45."
For me, it's Pamela Anderson.
I love the attention I got when I had a mustache for 2 weeks was unreal.
I met Mohammed.
It was unreal. How many people had an opinion?
I thought when
my
you said, can I be
mustache.
honest with you? When you were like, there's such a double standard, you were 1,000% correct.
Yeah, because I've said, my wife, I don't.
1,000,000%.
People talk about hairy legs and hairy armpits on women, and I said I don't prefer that, right? But everyone sure did have an opinion when I grew a mustache for 2 weeks.
Dude, I just put my place. I was like, wait, can't say that. No. Welcome back to DBL. He can transform any space into what you want it to be, and with an eye for design and a big heart. He's rebuilding communities devastated by disaster. Queer Eye's interior design expert Bobby Burke joins us live.
I love this man.
Hi, everybody. It's good to be back.
So good to see you,
Bobby.
Good to see you, Bobby. All right, Bobby, I have a question for you. As a Lowe's hometown ambassador, I love this. You're helping to restore community spaces, and right now, you're restoring the Sid Katz House of the Ronald McDonald Charities in San Antonio. Could you be more of an angel? Tell us about the project and where you're at in the process, and what goes into it as a designer for that.
So we're here in San Antonio right now. There's actually 2 Ronald McDonald houses right next to them. The one I have been in, that I'm in right now, was built after the ice disaster of 2021. But in 2021, when Texas had that huge freeze, all the pipes in the Ronald McDonald House burst.
Oh,
it
God.
destroyed the entire property inside. So I have come in with Lowe's, and we are actually redoing all the landscaping across the entire property, making it just this beautiful Zen space where all the families can really reconnect with nature and have those moments to just decompress while they're going through some of the roughest times in their life.
Wow, that's a mitzvah.
That's
a
great.
mitzvah.
And first of all, shout out to the Ronald McDonald House. I know somebody personally that was recounting their situation, their time there, and how important that was for their healing. You don't have to pay; it's just an incredible
Yeah, they take
place.
care of everything.
So shout out to that. Now let's get to season 7. Queer Eye was filmed in my favorite city, New Orleans. Why do you call it the most intense season ever?
Well, normally we film an episode a week. But this season, there were some weeks where we were filming 3 episodes at once. We had a very tight schedule. We had Karamo, who we all know is now the host of the Karamo Show. He had to be back in Connecticut to film at a certain time, so we had to really rush to get through our season, so that way we didn't affect his start time. So that's why it was the most intense, because we filmed more episodes a week than we have ever done at once.
Yes, but you have to be thinking the whole time, I get to eat New Orleans food.
Yeah.
As soon as we're done shooting. So there you go.
That kept us fueled.
So, Bobby, if you're not doing enough already, you have a new song with Brazilian pop star Thiago and Rebecca. It's called Desaqui. I think we're going to, let's take a little listen to it right now.
My muse, my saint. Oh, you got me going insane.
Wow. That's you singing?
Yeah.
What's your connection to Brazil?
So Brazil is one of one of the countries that has my most fans from it. Like my fan goes from like US, UK, and Brazil as number 3. And because of all my interactions with my amazing Brazilian fans, I just got so obsessed with their culture and their music. And so through that, I became friends with Rebecca and Thiago. And when they asked me to do a song with them, I was like, absolutely. I'm even learning a little Portuguese.
What?
So Brazilian fans are so passionate and just show you so much love that I couldn't help but get involved.
Did you ever think you'd become a singer? Was this one of your goals? Did you always sing?
Actually, as a child, that's always what I wanted to do.
Yeah.
After being a lawyer, I wanted to be a singer.
You and Tori did.
Yeah,
that was my goal too.
Nice life.
I know.
You're in New Orleans helping your friend get to his talk show in Connecticut while checking
Helping
on
the
your
Ronald
Brazilian
McDonald.
fan base.
Yeah.
Working for the Ronald McDonald House.
All while he's sneaking a little pinball.
You deserve it.
Man, I want a Brazilian fan base. All right, you have a new home decor collection. What design trends should we all be on the lookout for now? I'm still doing
Good
like
question.
twinkle lights, so can you talk to us?
You know what, for me, I meant not really about saying about a specific trend that you need to follow, because your home should reflect you. Your home should make you happy. So if there is something in your home that I personally would find ugly, but it makes you happy, girl, keep it.
Okay.
It's all about what makes you happy in your home. Don't listen to only the things I say. I mean, listen to some of them.
He gave you permission to keep your decor toy.
Yeah.
Exactly. I gave you permission to keep that purple credenza from Aunt Gertrude.
Fantastic. I'll call her later. Yes. Okay, Bobby, really important day today. Today's National Coming Out Day.
Yes.
Do you have any advice for anyone struggling to come out to family and friends?
You know what? First of all, I would say that coming out is a journey that you should take at your own pace. And if you do not feel comfortable enough or safe enough to come out, do not feel pressured to do so. This is your own journey. Secondly, though, I would say that I long for the day that we don't need to have a national coming out day.
I know.
Because straight people don't come out. Y'all don't say, hey, I want to sit you all down and say, I'm straight. There's no pressure to do that. But for us in the queer community, there is. So I long for the day when we don't have to come out. It's just who we are is who we are, and it's not an issue.
Beautifully said.
Well said.
I know. Tori, I feel bad about my comment about the decor. You know I didn't mean that.
I have dorm room decor.
It's nice. It's like
very homey.
It's a little cluttered, but I love everything in it.
Really?
Tori is a lava lamp.
Yeah. It's like everything you ever wanted.
There's still some good lava lamps out there.
Thanks, Bobby. I'm gonna Burke you.
Bobby, we appreciate you. We love you. DBL Nation, keep an eye out for season 7 of Queer Eye on Netflix. Also visit BobbyBurke.com to check out more of his new home decor. And as we go to break, let's listen one more time to Bobby's song, shall we?
Bobby and his Brazilian fan base.
Thanks, Bobby.
Thanks,
Bye,
Bobby. Thanks, brother.
My muse, my saint. Oh, you got me going insane when the music hits my brain. Oh, it's got me going insane.
I've never really been.
Midterm election season is here, and that means there will be political ads everywhere you look. And some of those ads will inevitably make outlandish claims.
Some Verify viewers emailed us to ask if candidate ads have to tell the truth. So let's verify. Are political ads required to be factual in order to be aired on broadcast television? Our sources are the Federal Communications Commission, the Federal Trade Commission, and University of Minnesota political science professor David Schultz. The rules for political ads are very different than typical consumer products, and we want to be clear up front that the answer to this question is no. Political ads are not required to be factual in order to be aired on broadcast television. In fact, the law allows politicians to say almost whatever they want in a commercial. This is because political ads are regulated by the FCC, which applies just 2 rules. One is that all candidates have the same opportunity to buy commercial time on stations. And 2 is that politicians can say whatever they want. Accuracy is not one of the rules, although TV stations could run a disclaimer explaining the rules before airing an ad. The only consequence for politicians who produce misleading or false ads is in court, and that's only if they defame someone, which is rare and hard to prove.
I think the rationale behind it is what? The idea of saying that candidates get to say what they want, and what? The voters get to sort of, through the marketplace of ideas, decide what's true, what's false.
That marketplace could also include news stories or fact checks like Verify stories explaining what's true and false. Schultz says you should always read the fine print on an ad to see who is funding it and do your own research on a candidate to see if what's being claimed is really true. With your Verify, I'm Brandon Lewis.
Welcome back. Did you know lower back pain is one of the major disabling health conditions as you age? It's time for some joint and muscle support brought to you by Omega XL. According to an orthopedic surgeon, adults 60 and up are more likely to develop lower back problems compared to working age adults. So here's what you could do about it. First, aerobic exercise. Think dancing and lightweight lifting. This increases blood flow and nutrients to the tissues in the lower back, which will help you with stiffness and healing. Next, maintain an ideal weight. Every extra pound adds strain to the muscles and ligaments of the back, which will weaken your spine. And finally, quit smoking, correct your posture. Studies show a direct link to smoking and back pain, and keeping your bones and joints in alignment reduces additional stress on your back. Omega XL has improved the lives of millions of consumers, supported by 30 years of clinical research. Omega XL's powerful and proven benefits have transformed the lives of athletes, celebrities, and dedicated daily users. Call 1-800-686-5325 or visit omegaxl.com for more information. We'll be right back.
Promotional consideration is brought to you by
To play a high school sport in Florida, athletes have to fill out a health assessment. But a section of questions for female athletes only is drawing criticism. News reports and people are claiming that female student athletes in Florida have to report their menstrual history to the state in order to play sports. After the Supreme Court's recent ruling in Dobbs v. Jackson Women's Health, which overturned the constitutional right to an abortion granted through Roe v. Wade, some people have raised concerns about providing reproductive health data to outside sources. So let's verify. Are female athletes in Florida public high schools required to report their menstrual history to play sports? Our sources are the Florida High School Athletic Association and 3 Florida public school districts. These are the forms from the Florida High School Athletic Association that all public school student athletes in the state have to fill out in order to participate. And this section is for female athletes only. It asks questions about the athlete's reproductive health, including when was your first menstrual period and how many periods have you had in the last year. As you can see here, it says on the form that filling it out is optional. Claudia Shea, Executive Director of Communications and Engagement for the Palm Beach County School District in Florida, told Verify, claims that female athletes have to answer these questions are false. She says these questions have been on the physical form for at least 2 decades, and answering them has been optional, whether the information is provided online or on paper. In Palm Beach County, Florida, student athletes of any gender use the same form and can write not applicable in the section with questions about menstrual cycles, according to Shea. So why are these questions included on the form? The Cleveland Clinic says abnormal or irregular periods can indicate potential health problems, such as bleeding, thyroid, or pituitary disorders. So we can verify, no. Female athletes at Florida public high schools aren't required to report their menstrual history to play sports. And Florida isn't alone. Other states, including Virginia and North Carolina, ask similar questions of their student athletes. With your Verify, I'm Ariande Till.
Overly processed foods are a big part of the American diet. According to the Washington Post, 60% of calories American adults consume are from what they call frankenfoods. Scientists say these foods are designed to deliver a combo of fat, sodium, and sugar that could hijack the brain's reward system, triggering powerful cravings. The problem is, dozens of studies link ultra-processed foods to obesity, heart disease, and colon cancer. So what counts as an ultra-processed food? It's typically an industrial creation. Think hot dogs, sugary cereals, and boxed macaroni and cheese. Interesting enough, though, the National Institutes of Health found that people who ate similar foods, mostly made from scratch, lost weight and lowered their cholesterol.
Are you skeptical of headlines and what you see on social media? We are too. The Verify newsletter helps you distinguish between true and false information by answering your questions. It provides fast facts on trending topics, spotlights major stories, and even includes a daily fun fact for all those trivia buffs out there. Get Verify's fast facts delivered every weekday to your email inbox. Go to verifythis.com/email to check it out.
Before we go, check out this video of a dad crowd surfing his baby up to a stage where Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson was waiting. Eventually, the baby made her way into The Rock's arms. On Instagram, The Rock said the father caught his attention because he had tears in his eyes. He also said he's been given a lot of things on stage, but never a baby.
This is so dangerous.
You think?
What are we doing here, passing children?
Beyond.
What are we doing here?
This is horrible. It's not funny.
I don't think it's funny. It's very strange.
And also, you put The Rock in a weird position, too. Like, if somebody hits your baby, if they're just standing there, I'm already like, okay, I love your kid, take it back. You know, I couldn't imagine just a random baby shows up. What if the guy is not there to take the kid back? What is this?
What if the kid falls?
What if you have COVID and you give it to the kid?
This is horrible. All right. DBL's new every day. We'll see you tomorrow. Bye, guys.
Options. That was...
Where hope finds help. Where courage meets conviction. Where makers make fans. We are Tegna, a family of local and national media brands that bring us together, serving the greater good of our communities. Where national know-how backs local business. Be in good company with Tegna.
Let's get right into it, shall we?
Okay, wow. I don't even know where to begin here.
Oh, am I right?
Okay,
oh my goodness, I'm just gonna sit here and be right.
I know y'all gonna be mad at me, but I'm just telling you the truth. We trying to heal together, okay?
You can smirk all you want. You don't have to tell me to go. I'm already on 11.
Brad Pitt, sorry.
Yes.
So high.
I know it.
Don't miss a day of DBL. Talking about today on Daily Blast Live.
A movement grows, calling out so-called copaganda on TV.
It's presenting a world where the cops can always figure out who did it.
Do shows like Law & Order unfairly glamorize police? What would the roads be like without cars constantly going over the speed limit? We're talking about the new technology that could change driving forever. Kathy Lee Gifford sticks up for her late friend Regis Philbin. What does she have to say about Kelly Ripa's new book? That's all about behind-the-scenes drama. And Queer Eye's Bobby Burke will be here live.
Oh my gosh.
Get real.
No. Y'all, just stop.
This is a sham.
It's finally here. Drum roll. Oh my God, I was distracted by Tori singing The Lion King.
Yeah.
For a warm-up. You want to finish it?
It's a good warm-up.
That wasn't bad.
Thank you. That was actually pretty good.
Yeah.
Pretty accurate.
Thank you.
Okay, welcome to DBL. Hello, everybody. Today we're going to talk about what might be your favorite TV show after DBL, of course. Law & Order and its spin-offs. They've entertained fans for decades with stars like Mariska Hargitay, Christopher Maloney, Ice-T, and believe it or not, there have been more than 1,200 episodes. It's on nearly every hour of the day, but it's not the only one. There are other cop shows that you might be fans of, like Brooklyn Nine-Nine, who could forget Hill Street Blues from the 80s, or even Dragnet, which was a huge success starting in the 50s. But are these shows really all about entertainment? So many people are criticizing them for showing an unrealistic portrayal of law enforcement and failing to depict the ugly truth of communities of color being disproportionately targeted by police. They call these shows copaganda or cop propaganda. In fact, John Oliver called it out recently, saying this would not fly if it were a medical show spreading false narratives. Take a listen.
You know, Grey's Anatomy doesn't depict what happens inside an actual hospital. Those doctors are ridiculously hot, none of them are nearly tired enough, and it needs about 5,000% more discussion of insurance. If those medical professionals were routinely claiming that vaccines cause autism and herbal remedies cure cancer, we'd probably be having a conversation about it. Because that's essentially what Law & Order is doing.
It's an interesting question. We love unpacking these conversations on DBL, so we want to hear from you. What do you think? Do shows like Law & Order unfairly glamorize police? Yes or no? Go to dblvote.com to weigh in. First of all, do you guys even watch these shows? Do you watch any of these shows?
No, but I watched The Wire, and I would say that's kind of accurate.
Yeah, but it's not as glamorous. It's more like they kind of showed cops as human beings. Some were alcoholics. You know,
right. Well, I mean, that's the reality.
Yeah, that's the reality. I think they're saying, and that was going to be, that's what I was going to say too. Is I love The Wire.
Yeah.
I think some of these shows, Jeff and Tori, I don't think that they're accurate portrayals, but I don't think that that's their job. Their job is to put something on TV that people watch in between commercials, and they seem to be doing that quite well. Would it be nice if they threw in some reality? But I think a lot of people are watching TV to escape reality.
I couldn't agree more, right? I don't think it's supposed to be an honest depiction. It's not the news. It's a television show. It's made up. It's shot on a set, right? If you want to talk about shows like Cops or those shows where they get in between and they have cameras, when they all shut that down because of the George Floyd and the Black Lives Matter thing, I think that's why they shut those down. I don't know why. I thought that was a bad idea to shut those down, because wouldn't you want more police officers and people wearing cameras to show what's happening, what's really going on, and not editing it, showing all of it. If they do something wrong, show that. It's on camera. I don't know why they got rid of those shows, but this is a TV show, and now we have problems with this. So West Wing, let's cancel that. Veep, get rid of that because it's not real. It's like, come on.
I hate this. I hate this from the bottom of my heart, but I agree. I really do think it's a TV show and it's escapism. My parents watch because in part A, some joggers find a dead body. The dead body in part B is found to be a pharmacist. That guy is killed by the guy at the very end. And now I do understand that the NYPD is very close while working with Law & Order people on set. So there is in cahoots, if you will, to show a good light, if you will, because they protect the set, they shoot in New York. I get that. But I don't need the TV show to show me a real version. I watch TV to totally get out of reality.
But listen, I'm not saying any show should be canceled, but I think it's a really interesting conversation, and our responsibility as parents, if you watch those shows with like your teenagers or young adult children, because at the end of the day, it does change a general consensus. So it doesn't mean that it's not their job to change it. I agree with all of you, but I do think it pushes, just like when you watch a Disney movie. I will have a conversation with Sophie if we watch Sleeping Beauty, that obviously you have to consent to anybody kissing you. So I think it's okay to say, listen, for example, in every single episode, and the reason why a lot of people love Law & Order, and the viewership is way higher than any other cop show out there, is because they love that ending, right?
Where it all wraps up.
It's a strip show, yes. It takes place in beats.
Yeah,
yes.
And quote unquote,
and it's relaxing.
Yeah, the good guy catches the bad guy, but you never see episodes of anybody falsely imprisoned or falsely accused, or in every episode the perpetrator of a crime is arrested in real life. Nearly 40% of murder and manslaughter cases go without an arrest, even fewer in rape cases. Right. So I just want there to be a conversation.
And there is a new show, East New York, just to point out, with Jimmy Smits from NYPD Blue that's coming out, and I think we have a little bit of the trailer just to show behind me. Just, you know, it's all about a minority group in Brooklyn, and he has to go in there because there's police corruption about this situation. So new TV shows are coming out, and The Wire is a great example of also that was super realistic about what's going on.
That there's this thing, because I think as a viewer and somebody that would like to write for television, I would be interested in police corruption. But I think as somebody that's not interested in writing for television, that wants to watch these shows, I think that's why they say true crime is so popular with a certain demographic of people, is that they have anxiety. So they want to see that, like, if something happens, here's how you do it. If somebody attacks me, here's how I get away. Put my elbow up and kick his knee or whatever. People want to pretend like there's somebody out there. And I talk about this in my act after having my car stolen and my house basically broken into. There's nobody, guys. Where's the camera? There's nobody. There's nothing. There's like a couple phone calls that you can make, maybe a cop will send an email, but for a lot of people, there's no safety net, so they have to watch it on TV, and I kind of understand that security.
But not always, though, too. And to your point, I fully agree with you, but I also know that when Erica Cobb talks about her home burglary, she had a very great interaction with police, and they really did help her. So I just want to make sure.
That was an emergency, and they did a great job.
Agree.
I'm saying when somebody, steals your car and you think like, oh, a cop is gonna like send a unit out, they're not. There's nothing, because there's too many crimes. I get it. So
I just want to make sure you made that distinction.
Yes. Yeah, but to have a TV show be your reality, right? It's a right. Like, I don't think people understand. First of all, I can't stand when you make something rhyme, like propaganda, copaganda, and everyone's like all on board, and it's a hashtag. I can't stand that. Okay, that's number one.
That's what you're most upset.
Yeah, I'm the most upset about that, because that's the new thing. You don't even need a good TV show with good actors. If you have a good name that rhymes, everyone's like, yes. No, it's not. So let me get back to my point here. It's one writer's depiction of what their reality is. If I wrote a show about anything, let's use cops. Someone in Baltimore is going to have a different experience. Someone in Miami is going to have someone in Montana is going to have a different experience. I can't cater to everybody's specific needs about what your reality is with the police, whatever it is. With a coffee house in New York City based on 5 friends. I'm sorry that they're all white, that there wasn't any black people in there. Well, maybe that was that showrunner's identity, and that's where he grew up.
Totally, but you don't have to change it, and I don't think the show should. But don't you think it also is a great time to open up conversation with your teenage children? I think it is. I would love if Sophie at 15 years old was in a Law and Order, and I could say, hey, just so you know.
But I think Sophie will have more. I'm sorry to cut you off.
That's okay.
I think Sophie, especially when she gets to be 15, well, it's beautiful. She'll have so many options of things to watch, so many documentaries to watch on YouTube or Netflix, or talk to her friends, or go on Reddit and read articles. I don't know if when Dragnet was out, I was actually listening to a podcast about the beginning of LSD. They used Dragnet and those kind of shows to kind of propagandize and get people scared of LSD, and having these actors running around. And like you see, we're just kind of starting to circle back to that now, 50, 60 years later. So this has been used for purposes, other than just ratings. So there is precedent for this as well.
But we got to depict everything. So when they show a drunk Irish guy, we have to be like, not all Irish people are drunk. This is a good moment to talk about that. You can't talk about every single thing that happens in everybody's life.
Slippery slope. Yeah, I agree with you.
Pick and choose in your own household.
Exactly.
And you never liked Click It or Ticket?
That was a good one. That made you think about
Click It or Ticket?
That was like the beginning of it, and then people just went bananas with it.
All right, let's see what our viewers say. 35% of you say yes. Shows like Law and Order unfairly glamorize police. 66% of you say no. Coming up on DBL, are you guilty of rude house guest behavior? We're talking about some of the worst things you can do at someone else's place. And can you imagine what the roads would be like if no one could drive over the speed limit? We're talking about a new technology that could change the way you drive.
Closed captioning provided by.
Okay, wow. I don't even know where to begin here.
I'm just gonna sit here.
Okay,
You're right.
I know y'all gonna be mad at me, but I'm just telling you the truth.
You can smirk all you want. You don't have to tell me to go.
Brad Pitt.
I do that story.
It's such a
Today we didn't have a lead, and
right. Well, this is the
that was
story.
really good, guys.
Because it's like I get what you're saying. Like, it's not always time for a talk. Sometimes you just want to watch something.
Don't you want to watch not to see it?
Right.
My mom watches it so she can feel safe with the A, the B, and the C. It's all wrapped up. She wants that. She craves that because life is so unstructured.
There is another side to it.
There's a huge other side. I live that other side.
People think that's what it's really
like.
Of course. And for many people in the country, it's not like that.
Right.
And the new NYPD and Law and Order have been in bed together forever. I mean, they are so entwined.
Well, you can have
I agree
access
with you
to
all.
them.
I'm just saying, it's interesting because there is that other side to it.
It's like if you're going to do a show about college football, if you're going to go after the corruption in college football, well, you're not going to get to interview Chris Fowler or Kirk Herbstreit or be on the Alabama 50-yard line doing an interview. Right. You're not going to have access. But if you go, college football is really great. Me and my dad bonded over this. You're like, hey, Jeff, do you want to do this from the Orange Bowl? And you'd be like, it's like, of course. If you're going to go after their product, they're not going to give you the access, and that's kind of the trade-off. So whichever show you want to make
But
that
I mean,
show.
they can't. I totally get both sides. Totally get both sides. I totally get it. But it's also the angle of who's writing that script. The Wire is much different than Law and Order.
Right.
Way different. Yeah. Right. So it's like, who's writing that script? What point of view are you looking at it from? The Wire shows a totally different point of view. That's actually probably more realistic. Mm-hmm. than anything else that
I
I've
would argue
seen.
that I would argue that I agree with you about The Wire, but I would also argue that Law and Order taught people about Miranda rights, getting a lawyer, understanding about DNA.
Don't talk.
I think it actually helped with criminals, well, not criminals, but people's rights. If they do get arrested, Law and Order sort of maybe not fairly, but at least taught you at least some of the procedural things that happen.
Yeah, The Wire really taught me about like why City Hall beefs with like the police sergeant.
And the
why
And if you haven't seen The Wire, check it out. It's an older series, but it's really great.
Because I get a free one anyway.
Welcome back. The NTSB is recommending a new device in cars that would stop the driver from speeding. Some of these devices would actually prevent you from ever driving over the speed limit. They say it could prevent tens of thousands of deaths every year. So what do we think of this? Do we think this is a good idea? Tori, you're very stern right now.
I read a book on traffic.
What are you talking about?
I feel like that was like a tranquilizer dart for Jeff. Just that was such a boring intro that I felt you were just going to drop off. I read
Speaking of depicting reality, yeah, this is it.
I read a book on traffic because I was interested in why traffic happens. What? And there's a psychology and reason behind it, and it's when people go in and out and speed up and slow down. If everyone went the exact speed limit, it would be so much faster for everyone, exponentially faster, and people would save a gazillion lives. So I, on the surface, kind of like this idea, but I'm worried because I feel like it's a little government taking over my car for me.
What if you just speed off because somebody's chasing you? What if there's a fire?
I was going to say
be
a baby. I didn't know you were going to take it there.
No, but that's fair. They're emergencies. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah. What would you do?
I was just thinking about merging. Like if you have to speed up sometimes and someone's like a Tory driver and you're like, they definitely don't see me.
Driver.
You know what I mean? Your car looks like those Matchbox cars where you hit it and it's dent and then you hit it again and it's like super dented. Remember those old school
cars lose their value right after you take them off.
I don't park near
If it makes
Tory.
you feel better, yours has none.
Yeah, I won't park near Tory because of that very reason.
No. For sure.
No.
For sure. But anyways, you got to speed up sometimes to merge to avoid someone else. And if your car's locked at a certain number, I think that's dangerous.
But technically, if you're all going the same speed limit, you wouldn't need to merge. It would all work out almost, and it will do this in the future. It will be run by computers so that we won't be driving it.
Well, that's terrifying.
No, but that's the future.
You know what?
That's the future.
I feel like we're headed towards all being like a pack of ants then. Like we're just
That's what will happen.
There's no individuals. I kind of like being able to control the speed of my car.
Yeah.
I kind of like having autonomy over my life. I even, I know there's certain companies that will say, you can put the console in and like if you didn't go over the limit, you get a discount. I don't even want that. I want.
What if it saves? Listen, I'm with you, but if it saves lives,
right. That's
if
right
my
back and forth.
daughter is driving at 16 years old and it's going to make the road safer for her, I'm all for it. I wouldn't mind if everybody had a breathalyzer in their car, myself included.
Why do you need a breathalyzer if it's going to drive you?
What do you mean?
What do you mean? If someone's going to drive the car for you,
no, take that aside.
Have a beer in there.
If you didn't have that, you don't mind that.
Take
right?
I'm not talking about if the cars drive themselves. I'm talking about if the government were to make sure that your car doesn't go over a certain speed, to ensure that there's less accidents, or to make sure that everybody has a breathalyzer in their car, to ensure that there's no drinking and driving. I'm okay with that.
Except then I come back with you, which is why I was doing this face with the Fourth Amendment of search and seizure, and I absolutely am not giving you my breath without a warrant, right? Because I don't want the government spending too much of their time in my autonomy, just like Al said.
Wait, what's wrong with the government knowing your breath? I'm just curious.
That's like you're taking something of mine without having a probable cause for it.
But what if you get a blood
data will be used against you in some kind of way.
In some way, people won't want. You can't ask for a blood, DNA. You need some kind of warrant because you are getting something from someone. That's a search and seizure of your body. And I don't think that the police have any right to do that to anybody unless there's probable cause.
Well, what if the police aren't involved? It's just your car won't work, like a standard breathalyzer.
It feels a little bit like government, like 1984 to me. That's where I'm back and forth.
And also, there'd be a lot of alcohol lobbyists that probably wouldn't want that out there. I don't think people would want that. I've always wondered why bars have parking lots. I always thought that was interesting.
That's true.
Right, how are you going to show up to it?
Point. Yeah, but you shouldn't if you're going to drink and drive.
Well, there's right, but then you're telling me, well, okay, there's a lot.
Coming up on DBL, we're talking all about the house guest etiquette. Are you guilty of doing any rude behavior?
Your personal information.
Brave and
Midterm election season is here, and that means there will be political ads everywhere you look. And some of those ads will inevitably make outlandish claims.
Some Verify viewers emailed us to ask if candidate ads have to tell the truth. So let's verify. Are political ads required to be factual in order to be aired on broadcast television? Our sources are the Federal Communications Commission, the Federal Trade Commission, and University of Minnesota political science professor David Schultz. The rules for political ads are very different than typical consumer products, and we want to be clear up front that the answer to this question is no. Political ads are not required to be factual in order to be aired on broadcast television. In fact, the law allows politicians to say almost whatever they want in a commercial. This is because political ads are regulated by the FCC, which applies just two rules. One is that all candidates have the same opportunity to buy commercial time on stations. And two is that politicians can say whatever they want. Accuracy is not one of the rules, although TV stations could run a disclaimer explaining the rules before airing an ad. The only consequence for politicians who produce misleading or false ads is in court, and that's only if they defame someone, which is rare and hard to prove.
I think the rationale behind it is what? The idea of saying that candidates get to say what they want, and what? The voters get to sort of, through the marketplace of ideas, decide what's true, what's false.
That marketplace could also include news stories or fact checks like Verify stories explaining what's true and false. Schultz says you should always read the fine print on an ad to see who is funding it and do your own research on a candidate to see if what's being claimed is really true. With your Verify, I'm Brandon Lewis.
Welcome back. After the pandemic shut down any type of social scene for months, many of us found a new appreciation for gathering at friends' or family's houses. But do you know how to properly behave as house guests? Let's find out. An etiquette expert shared some common rude behaviors when visiting someone's home. So first up, this is an obvious one: overstaying your welcome. Some people do not understand this one.
What's the code? What should be your tip, like, that you should leave? What do you think?
Yeah, go ahead.
Go for it.
I do the Midwestern.
You actually do that?
The knee slap. Well,
yeah, right. You like it when people overstay their welcome.
To be honest, you can all laugh, but it's actually, I want you out of my house at some point. And so I think at some point there's little social cues you can give. Lights can turn off. Doors can close.
I start putting away the dishes.
Doors can close? You want me to leave?
What do you guys do?
When I want someone to leave my house?
Yeah.
It's getting late, man. What's up?
Yeah. Here's my kind of low-level rule. I feel like, okay, if you came as a couple, if the second to last couple or the second to last individual is about to leave, you guys leave together. You should never be the last person or the last couple there with the host. So if we're at Sam's house,
we got it.
Gosh. He was gonna literally present a PowerPoint.
Do you have a whiteboard?
Yeah. Right. Okay. Next.
I walked right into that.
Snooping around the house. What do we think about this?
Other people's?
Yeah. It's rude if someone comes to your home and starts snooping.
Yeah, of course.
Of course.
What's the breakdown?
But you do it.
No, we don't.
Some people look in medicine cabinets on dates.
I've done that on dates.
I've done that on dates.
For sure. But I dated, 20 years ago? I've been with my husband forever. But I used to in the medicine cabinet all the time.
What were you looking for?
Nothing. Just curious. What kind of face wash does he use?
Right.
What kind of, does he use eye cream? Does he not?
I was also, is he on medication in any way?
Yeah. No, I never cared about the medication part.
You don't just look under the sink?
Like you look in other people's sinks?
I just want to see what they have under there. Like, oh, cotton balls, okay. I just think I'm not stealing stuff.
I'm not stealing.
I never thought you would.
I know, I'm just curious about what your house is
That makes it better. I wasn't stealing anything. I was just looking through your wife's underwear drawer.
How many times?
Oh, it's all right. It's cool.
There's more. Okay. Showing up empty-handed. I don't care about this. I just want you to come over. You don't need to bring anything.
That's a big deal.
You got it.
You got to bring something.
You got to bring a little.
You can't go.
Flowers, a bowl.
Flowers.
Yeah, a wine bottle, something. You got to bring something.
I always bring something, but I would never be offended if someone came to my house and didn't bring anything.
If I was running late and I could not pick anything up, I would call and be like, hey, I can't. I'll order something when I get there. But I feel like it's just the gesture.
Yeah, it's just something in your hand.
Now what?
Why was that funny?
I don't
It
know.
could be anything in your hand.
Yeah, you could walk in with anything in your hand.
Now what if it's like
You guys made that sexual?
No, it's made that funny.
What if you were the like just napkins and
What if
paper
I
cups
came to your
guy?
house with something in my hand? What up, Al?
Okay, wait, we have more. Bringing
Now
an
it's sexual.
uninvited +1. That's a little weird, I think.
Yeah.
Like someone I don't know, just coming along.
Erica Cobb had said earlier that if she doesn't know you, I don't want to walk past someone at a party. I don't know where you're coming from because I don't want you in my house in that way. And I'd never thought about that.
But I think we are people of a certain age.
Oh, yeah.
I think when you had a house party when you were 22,
Yeah.
if you knew 4 people in there, it was a win.
Yeah,
you
that's
know?
true.
So I think
That's
it's
true.
age-wise.
Yes. And then we have one more, waiting to share dietary restrictions.
I
That
think that's
wouldn't
gonna
bother me. I mean, I don't volunteer it for me, because, I don't eat meat, but I wouldn't mind if someone came to me and said, hey, my daughter has celiac disease. Do you have anything gluten-free? I wouldn't care. Would you?
I wouldn't care, but I would appreciate if I was told ahead.
Heads up.
Especially if it's like, obviously we'll have a vegetarian or vegan option, probably whatever we're doing.
Yeah.
But if it's celiac or something
like
that's really serious like that, I would want to know just for medical. If somebody had like a real peanut allergy, not like I don't feel well, but like my throat closes, shoot me a text.
You know, my dad's allergic that way with lobster and crab, and we've never mentioned it to anyone we're going to a dinner party with.
You might want to.
And I never thought about it.
Crustacean inside the sauce.
I didn't.
My buddy, if you put like shrimp on the grill.
Like the pan can't have it.
Well, like if you put it on the grill.
Crustacean inside the sauce? I'm still here.
Oh, all right, let's go back.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, that was it.
I'm sorry, Sam.
What's wrong with crustacean in the sauce?
That was quite a sentence.
I'm thinking about her father.
That's actually
Somebody
lovely.
could be making a pasta,
With
and
a
then they have a
lobster
lobster sauce or some sort of shellfish sauce, and then her dad's in the hospital. That's me being a very courteous host.
Crustacean in the
You
sauce.
could smell it too.
Yeah.
If you're allergic, you can kind of get a heads up.
Not
You know what I mean?
always. We'll be right back.
There's a joke.
Promotional.
To play a high school sport in Florida, athletes have to fill out a health assessment. But a section of questions for female athletes only is drawing criticism. News reports and people are claiming that female student athletes in Florida have to report their menstrual history to the state in order to play sports. After the Supreme Court's recent ruling in Dobbs v. Jackson Women's Health, which overturned the constitutional right to an abortion granted through Roe v. Wade, some people have raised concerns about providing reproductive health data to outside sources. So let's verify. Are female athletes in Florida public high schools required to report their menstrual history to play sports? Our sources are the Florida High School Athletic Association and 3 Florida public school districts. These are the forms from the Florida High School Athletic Association that all public school student athletes in the state have to fill out in order to participate. And this section is for female athletes only. It asks questions about the athlete's reproductive health, including when was your first menstrual period and how many periods have you had in the last year. As you can see here, it says on the form that filling it out is optional. Claudia Shea, Executive Director of Communications and Engagement for the Palm Beach County School District in Florida, told Verify, claims that female athletes have to answer these questions are false. She says these questions have been on the physical form for at least 2 decades, and answering them has been optional, whether the information is provided online or on paper. In Palm Beach County, Florida, student athletes of any gender use the same form and can write not applicable in the section with questions about menstrual cycles, according to Shea. So why are these questions included on the form? The Cleveland Clinic says abnormal or irregular periods can indicate potential health problems, such as bleeding, thyroid, or pituitary disorders. So we can verify, no. Female athletes at Florida public high schools aren't required to report their menstrual history to play sports. And Florida isn't alone. Other states, including Virginia and North Carolina, ask similar questions of their student athletes. With your Verify, I'm Ariande Till.
Overly processed foods are a big part of the American diet. According to the Washington Post, 60% of calories American adults consume are from what they call frankenfoods. Scientists say these foods are designed to deliver a combo of fat, sodium, and sugar that could hijack the brain's reward system, triggering powerful cravings. The problem is, dozens of studies link ultra-processed foods to obesity, heart disease, and colon cancer. So what counts as an ultra-processed food? It's typically an industrial creation. Think hot dogs, sugary cereals, and boxed macaroni and cheese. Interesting enough, though, the National Institutes of Health found that people who ate similar foods, mostly made from scratch, lost weight and lowered their cholesterol.
Are you skeptical of headlines and what you see on social media? We are too. The Verify newsletter helps you distinguish between true and false information by answering your questions. It provides fast facts on trending topics, spotlights major stories, and even includes a daily fun fact for all those trivia buffs out there. Get Verify's fast facts delivered every weekday to your email inbox. Go to verifythis.com/email to check it out.
We love sharing your comments. Julia says, I love to cook and bake, so I usually bring food and tell them you can eat it now or eat it later. Carolyn says, I love the sweater Tori has on. Too cute.
Thanks, guys. It's a dress, and it's like, is it winter? Maybe not.
And Jeff and I thought she was wearing a Snuggie.
I like your sweater.
We do love it.
Thank you
You know
very
I
much.
like a big cozy sweater.
Oh, it's lovely.
Backhanded compliment.
If you're leaving us, you can watch
We
the
love you
second
so
half of
much.
the show online, watch on YouTube or our DBL mobile app. But if you get the second half of the show where you are, here is what's ahead. Queer Eye's interior design expert Bobby Burke will be here live. He's telling us why the latest season of the hit show is the most intense. Plus, Kathy Lee Gifford on Kelly Ripa's book.
As candidates make their final push before the midterm elections, you may start seeing more of them touting endorsements from celebrities or notable organizations. That led Verify viewer Jack to wonder whether politicians might simply be paying those folks to endorse them. So let's verify. Is it legal for political candidates to pay for endorsements? Our sources are the Federal Election Commission and the Federal Election Campaign Act. According to the FEC, there is no law banning candidates from paying for endorsements. A spokesperson told Verify, quote, no provisions in the FEC rules specifically address paid endorsements of federal candidates. But candidates are legally required to disclose such payments. The Federal Election Campaign Act requires campaigns for federal office to file regular reports on where their money comes from and where it goes. That report has to include the name and address of any person to whom an expenditure in excess of $200 is made, together with the date, amount, and purpose of such expenditure. So, paying for an endorsement isn't illegal, but trying to hide that payment could get you in trouble. A notable example, a former Iowa state senator named Kent Sorensen. According to court records in 2012, he took money in exchange for endorsements for Republican candidates for president. He was charged with willfully causing false expenditure reports and obstruction of justice. He pleaded guilty and received a 15-month prison sentence. But it was for the cover-up, not the payments themselves. So we can verify, yes, it is legal for federal candidates to pay for endorsements, but they are legally required to disclose those payments. With your Verify, I'm Casey Decker.
Is Daily Blast Live. We're talking about what you're talking about.
Oh my gosh.
Get real.
No.
Y'all,
just stop.
This is a sham.
It's finally here. Drum roll. Welcome to DBL. We started to talk about this topic and then we had to shut it down because we were like, we got to save it for the show. So we're very eager. Kathy Lee Gifford didn't hold back when talking about Kelly Ripa's new book. In her memoir, Kelly dished on her quote unquote complicated working relationship with Regis. Kelly said they weren't friends offset and it took years for her to earn her place on the show. But Kathy Lee told Good Day New York she had a very different experience with Regis. Watch.
I'm not going to read the book. I haven't read it. I don't even know if it's out yet. I know what Regis was to me, Rosanna. He was at 15 years the best partner a person could ever have.
Okay, Tori, so you were about to have a lot to say about this.
Yeah, and I don't, first of all,
That's a strange way to set it up, but I love it.
Here we go. Boom. One thing that got me was that it's posthumous, so Regis isn't here to speak up for himself, which that always makes me a little uncomfortable. But I think both of these things can be true in this universe. I think Kathy Lee can have an experience that was very, very different. They came up together. They were closer in that way. Kelly came into a successful show. That's a newbie. She also could have a very different experience that both can live in this world. And Kathy doesn't have to read the book. And I don't think they oppose each other. I think it's weird to not let someone tell their story from their angle if we're like trying to shut down Kelly. Now, I don't like that Regis has passed. I find that a little difficult because he, again, isn't here. But that was her experience. I don't understand why we don't sort of testify to that.
I don't know. I have a weird point of view about everything. And I feel like I'm getting so outdated on the way I think and like work ethic because nobody thinks like that anymore. At least you're not allowed to say that. Why not show some grace for the man who made your whole life and say, you know what? This man changed my life and I'm still on air because of this man and everything I've learned because of this man. The ups and the downs, the bads, the goods, the friendship and the sadness is all that I've learned from this man. Where is that? Where does that go? You need to tell me that you had one bad day and Regis said something that might have been snappy to your experience in the hallway, but your whole life was changed because of this man, and you're going to share that part, if that's the part we're talking about. I'm sure there's a lot of other things she said, but where's the grace? Where's the gratefulness? Her whole life was changed because of this man, and you're going to throw a shot at him after he's gone?
Maybe she mentioned that, though, just to play devil's advocate here.
Yeah, totally, but no one just, everything's like, both sides of the fence is good, and this is great. It's like, no, it's not, man.
Right.
No, it's not.
But listen, we always have good days and bad days, right? We've been together for 5 years. I consider all of you my family, and I know that there's going to be ups and downs, ebbs and flows, like any family would be, because that's how close we are. So I'm hoping that in the book, I have not read the book, but I'm hoping that it's just the media hanging on to this one sentence and that there are moments where she did give him credit. I hope she did because she should, but maybe we're nitpicking or cherry picking.
I think we would all be conscious if we were giving a quote and we knew that a book was going to be written about DBL.
Right.
If I said, you know what, Jeff and I have had our differences, I would make sure that there wasn't a period, that there was a comma in that sentence so I could not be misquoted, but I would say he's one of the finest men I've ever sat next to. Yeah. Because if I'd go, Jeff and I, we butted heads. I just had a lot of issues with him. Tori was cool, and I mean, Jeff and I they're not gonna get that second sentence. And if you give anybody an opportunity to go after the person that changed your life, people that want to sell books and sensationalize things, you have to know that that's the sentence they're going to take.
If I'm writing a memoir, I agree with you guys. Absolutely everything you said is
but
right.
I appreciate your point of view.
Regis did give her everything, and to be gracious is an art and should have been appreciated, and maybe it is. However, if I want to write a memoir, are you saying I have to cater and curate everything to make sure it's sanitary so that no bad comment? Then what am I reading? All good things. Nothing has any kind of conflict to it?
I think say what you mean and mean what you say. So if we had negative interactions the whole time, and Jeff want to hear, then say that and be honest. But don't give anybody any latitude to say something where it can be taken either way because you know which way they're going to take it.
Be smart.
Right.
Yeah.
Say what you mean.
Great point of view. Okay, George Clooney is talking about being an older dad. George became a dad at 56 when he had his twins with Amal. He told Hoda Kotb he's not scared of being too old to miss major milestones in their life. Watch.
No, I kind of like the idea of being sort of out of it when, like, my daughter starts to date. Papa, I want you to meet, he's a drummer in a band. How about? I like toast. I'm okay with it.
So what do we think about this?
I mean,
for me, it's my mom. For me, I'm 40. I don't have kids, and the thing that gets me is my mom won't. If I have kids later, she won't be able to see the bat mitzvah. That's what gets me. It's like I understand what I gave up to have kids later in life, but it sucks for the parents.
Oh, that's really honest, Tori.
Yeah. I think that's what I think about the most, and I know Erica feels the same way. And that's all I think about is the marriages, that all that, I put it off for this and for when I'm comfortable to do it, not for her, but she's missing out on that. And that sucks. Sorry, Mom.
No. Yeah.
Yeah, well, I told that we had this conversation earlier. That's why. But I told him, you can't have kids based on someone else's wants or needs, right?
Exactly.
Bringing a child in this world takes a lot of love. It takes a lot of energy. It takes a lot of strength. We're getting up at 2 in the morning, night after night, and sleep deprived. And you don't want a thought coming in your head saying, I didn't even want you. You know what I mean? Because you think some crazy things when it's day number 2 weeks in and you haven't slept and it's 3 in the morning, and having that on your mind is not something you want on your mind. So.
Right.
do what's right for Tori.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
I appreciate that. I really do.
And I was going to say, to Jeff's point, you're going to have the thought the other way too, because if you had children, you would be at home, maybe watching DBL.
I wouldn't be here, right?
I could be. That's my seat that person is sitting in. And it's. I was talking to somebody who was looking at our Giselle Tom Brady conversation, and we were emailing back and forth this weekend, and I said it's just such a tough situation for women because if you're career driven, it's not society. It's your aunt.
Yeah.
And the person who changed your diaper and your mom going, Sam, you're killing me. Where are these kids? And if you get the kids, then they're like, Sam, I thought you had drive. What happened to the Sam that was a Division I swimmer? Now you're just at home watching TV. So good luck, ladies.
Yeah.
What are you going to do?
Yeah. Ambition plus uterus is hard.
It's a lot of pressure. A lot of pressure. But I will present one other point before we move on. He said at 56, and you even mentioned it too, it's exhausting, right?
Yeah.
I look at like 30-year-old Sam, and I'm glad I waited to have kids at 38 and 40 or ish. I don't know how I would be. Of course, George Clooney has help. I'm assuming he does. I don't know how I would be at 56 years old. I'm tired now.
Yeah.
So I do think that's something that people that want to have children have to think about because your energy changes drastically as you get older.
Yeah. I enjoy cross stitch. Yeah.
You are, yeah.
Should be fun for the child.
A new study suggests that 6 out of 10 people say a celebrity has gotten them through a tough time in their lives. People struggling with fears and self-doubt say stars like Oprah, The Rock, Rebel Wilson, Tyler Perry, and survivalist Bear Grylls have inspired them to push past these limitations. Now, almost 70% say they respond positively to celebs if they know they're struggling with the same issue. Has a celebrity gotten any of you out of a bad time? What about you, Jeff? Or Tori, what about you?
I loved, and it happened. We interviewed this person once, Cesar Millan, the dog whisperer.
Oh yeah. You were really emotional for that interview.
Yeah, I cried, and he didn't really care. It's okay. It's fine. It was fine. It's fine. I don't worry about it in the shower. But he taught you is. First of all, I got outside. I got Josie a dog. I rescued a dog to get outside. I wasn't leaving my apartment. So I got a dog to take walks. And then he taught me your energy will be felt by the dog. And that's when I started changing my energy and realizing how important energy was. And that took me on a whole other journey.
Jeff?
I'm laughing because earlier we did this and I got a sticky note to go in order.
I did too.
Oh, you did?
And
you didn't follow it.
I messed up. We can do it, guys.
See, Karen, who needs the sticky note now? All right, so that was you had to be here for. Anyways, Tony Robbins was my guy. I know it sounds super cliche, but when I came back from California, the first time a failure, I was done playing football, bad relationship, everything. My boss that I worked for at the time really taught me about the power of positive thinking, and it's changed my life. From that moment, he taught me to thinking positively, to just everything, and it started all with Tony Robbins.
What did your boss say that like really resonates with you?
He would put me in the room for half of the 8-hour day and just be like, sit in here and listen to positive things, whether Tony Robbins or some other motivational speaker. And he's like, I'll pay you just sitting here. Because he knew me when I was 16.
What an angel.
And then 10 years later, he's like, you're not the same guy. We need to get you back where you were. And he changed my life.
Incredible.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, man, that was...
Albert?
Yeah, for me, it was Muhammad Ali.
Yeah. Oh my gosh.
Even though, again, talking about seeming cliche, but if I think when we see Muhammad Ali, we see him through two lenses, just as an incredible boxer or as an advocate for marginalized people. But what I remember most about him is like right up until the end, like he was thrown in jail during his prime,
right?
Like when he was going to be at his height, and he didn't let that make him bitter,
right?
And that was like a skill that I did not possess. As a comic, my default is bitter. I'm like, we'll start at bitter, and then if we change, cool. So like looking at Ali, it's really helped me to remember that I've been blessed with a lot and to accept that and not go so negative.
That's a great call.
What about
Beautiful.
you, Sam?
Mine, she came on the show. She's a local here, Amy Van Dyken,
Yes.
6-time gold medalist. And what I loved about Amy is, one, not only as a swimmer, I wanted to be just like her, but she became fast later in life. So like she actually became really fast in her college years. But then what a lot of people may not know if you don't follow her story is she became paralyzed from an ATV accident. But she still is positive, still is an advocate. You know she has so many battles that she does not talk about, but she's still a champion, whether she's in the pool or whether she's out of the pool. She is a champion. And she was a great role model back then, and she's an even better role model now. And I will forever. And when you mentioned crying, I don't know if you guys remember when she came here. It was so embarrassing. I did not expect it. I was like hyperventilating in the corner.
You like lost. It was.
I was used to having posters of her and her times above my wall, so I would have them cemented into my brain so I could swim as fast as her.
That's cool.
Unbelievable woman. We love you, Amy. Come back to the studio.
Absolutely.
She's like 10 minutes from here.
Come on, Amy.
Follow her on Instagram. It's hard not to be inspired because she's always happy, always doing something. I follow her too.
The best part, I was so excited to meet her. She looked right past me and went right to Jeff.
I was a little embarrassed because I knew how much you were like looking forward to that, but I still took that.
Yeah, she's a Jeff fan. She's a Big Brother
back to you,
fan.
Tammy.
Yeah. Coming up on DBL, Queer Eyes Bobby Burke will be here live. He has a pinball machine back there. Can't wait to chat with him next.
Closed captioning.
This is Daily Blast Live. We have fiery debate.
That's not true. Can I finish?
We tell heartfelt stories. We're so emotional over here. We talk to the stars.
Turn up the notch on that.
Great research.
DBL is all new every day. Want me to just say?
We did not get to it, but yes, a man in Mexico, I believe, he crowd surfed his baby. Sam, do you remember?
That baby.
Oh, yeah.
At the very end of the show.
That's crazy.
Chiaro?
Why would anybody think
know.
it's okay to crowd surf your baby?
That's the key. That's the key.
Do you know?
What if they
everybody
dropped
you're handing him to is
What if
hammered.
they're, yeah, no thank you. You're like asking for fondling, you're asking for the baby to be dropped, you're asking for the baby to be scared. The baby's not in the mother's arms or the dad's arms or a loved one's arms.
And it's like, is the risk, if it's a burning building, okay, but like for the rocks to be like, cute kid.
Stupid.
Yeah. I don't know.
It's also November for prostate cancer.
Yeah, they're okay with it?
Are we going
I'm saying.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, he's not at his house. Okay.
You know,
okay.
I thought we were talking about scheduling.
Thank you.
Are we going to do our prostate?
Yeah.
Yeah, and in November, you're supposed to not shave for prostate cancer awareness. That's perfect.
Oh, I'm here for it.
No shave, why is it November?
I'll see.
No, right? No shave November.
Kelly?
No, but it's mustache.
Can you clip that for me so we can?
Is that
I think that's why they call it Movember. Don't quote me on that.
I don't know either.
Yeah, but I'm down. Let's do this. Like, I'm down.
Oh, I love it.
Yeah. So, because I was actually asking my doctor about this like a couple years ago, and she was like, "No, you don't have to be. You have to be 45."
For me, it's Pamela.
I look. The attention I got when I had a mustache for 2 weeks was unreal.
I met Mohammed.
It was unreal. How many people had an opinion?
I thought when
about
you
my
said, can I be
mustache?
honest with you? When you were like, there's such a double standard, you were 1,000% correct.
Yeah, because I've said, my wife, I don't.
1,000,000%.
People talk about hairy legs and hairy armpits on women, and I said I don't prefer that, right? But everyone sure did have an opinion when I grew a mustache for 2 weeks.
Dude, I was put in my place. I was like, wait, can't say that. No.
Welcome back to DBL. He can transform any space into what you want it to be, and with an eye for design and a big heart. He's rebuilding communities devastated by disaster. Queer Eyes interior design expert Bobby Burke joins us live. I love this man.
Hi, everybody. It's good to be back.
So good to see you,
Bobby.
Good to see you, Bobby. All right, Bobby, I have a question for you. As a Lowe's hometown ambassador, I love this. You're helping to restore community spaces, and right now, you're restoring the Sid Katz House of the Ronald McDonald Charities in San Antonio. Could you be more of an angel? Tell us about the project and where you're at in the process, and what goes into it as a designer for that.
So we're here in San Antonio right now. There's actually 2 Ronald McDonald houses right next to them. The one I have been in, that I'm in right now, was built after the ice disaster of 2021. But in 2021, when Texas had that huge freeze, all the pipes in the Ronald McDonald House burst. It destroyed the entire property inside. So I have come in with Lowe's, and we are actually redoing all the landscaping across the entire property, making it just this beautiful Zen space where all the families can really reconnect with nature and have those moments to just decompress while they're going through some of the roughest times in their life.
Wow, that's a mitzvah.
That's
a
great.
mitzvah.
And first of all, shout out to the Ronald McDonald House. I know somebody personally that was recounting their time there and how important that was for their healing. You don't have to pay. It's just an incredible
Yeah, they take
place.
care of everything.
So shout out to that. Now, let's get to season 7. Queer Eye was filmed in my favorite city, New Orleans. Why do you call it the most intense season ever?
Well, normally we film an episode a week. But this season, there were some weeks where we were filming 3 episodes at once. We had a very tight schedule. We had Karamo, who we all know is now the host of the Karamo Show. He had to be back in Connecticut to film at a certain time, so we had to really rush to get through our season, so that way we didn't affect his start time. So that's why it was the most intense, because we filmed more episodes a week than we have ever done at once.
Yes, but you have to be thinking the whole time, I get to eat New Orleans food as soon as we're done shooting. So there you go.
That kept us fueled.
So, Bobby, if you're not doing enough already, you have a new song with Brazilian pop star Thiago and Rebecca. It's called Dessa Key. I think we're going to, let's take a little listen to it right now.
My muse, my saint. Oh, you got me going insane.
Wow. That's you singing?
Yeah.
What's your connection to Brazil?
So Brazil is one of the countries that has my most fans from it. Like, my fan goes from like US, UK, and Brazil is number 3. And because of all my interactions with my amazing Brazilian fans, I just got so obsessed with their culture. And their music. And so through that, I became friends with Rebecca and Thiago. And when they asked me to do a song with them, I was like, absolutely. I'm even learning a little Portuguese. What? So Brazilian fans are so passionate and just show you so much love that I couldn't help but get involved.
Did you ever think you'd become a singer? Was this one of your goals? Did you always sing?
Actually, as a child, that's always what I wanted to do. Yeah. After being a lawyer, I wanted to be a singer.
You and Tori, that was my goal too.
Nice life.
I know.
You're in New Orleans helping your friend get to his talk show in Connecticut while checking on your Brazilian fan base. Working for the Ronald McDonald House.
All while he's sneaking a little pinball.
You deserve it.
Man, I want a Brazilian fan base. All right, you have a new home decor collection. What design trends should we all be on the lookout for now? I'm still doing twinkle lights, so can you talk to us?
You know what, for me, I'm not really about saying about a specific trend that you need to follow, because your home should reflect you. Your home should make you happy. So if there is something in your home that I personally would find ugly, but it makes you happy, girl, keep it.
Okay.
It's all about what makes you happy in your home. Don't listen to only the things I say. I mean, listen to some of them.
He gave you permission to keep your decor, Tori.
Yeah. Exactly. Yeah. I gave you permission to keep that purple credenza from Aunt Gertrude.
I'll call her later. Yes. Okay, Bobby, really important day today. Today's National Coming Out Day.
Yes.
Do you have any advice for anyone struggling to come out to family and friends?
You know what? First of all, I would say that coming out is a journey that you should take at your own pace. And if you do not feel comfortable enough or safe enough to come out, do not feel pressured to do so. This is your own journey. Secondly, though, I would say that I long for the day that we don't need to have a national coming out day.
I know.
Because straight people don't come out. Y'all don't say, hey, I want to sit you all down and say, I'm straight. There's no pressure to do that. But for us in the queer community, there is. So I long for the day when we don't have to come out. It's just who we are is who we are, and it's not an issue.
Beautifully said.
Well said.
I know. Tori, I feel bad about my comment about the decor. You know I didn't mean that.
I have dorm room decor.
I have a nice, it's like...
Very homey.
It's a little cluttered, but I love everything in it.
Really?
Tori has a lava lamp.
Yeah. It's like everything you ever wanted.
There's still some good lava lamps out there.
Thanks, Bobby. I'm going to Burke you.
Bobby, we appreciate you. We love you. DBL Nation, keep an eye out for season 7 of Queer Eye on Netflix. Also, visit BobbyBurke.com to check out more of his new home decor. And as we go to break, let's listen one more time to Bobby's song, shall we?
Bobby and his Brazilian fan base.
Thanks, Bobby.
Thanks,
Bye,
Bobby.
Thanks, brother.
My muse, my saint. Oh, you got me going insane when the music hits my brain. Oh, it's got me going insane.
I've never really been...
Midterm election season is here, and that means there will be political ads everywhere you look. And some of those ads will inevitably make outlandish claims.
Some Verify viewers emailed us to ask if candidate ads have to tell the truth. So let's verify. Are political ads required to be factual in order to be aired on broadcast television? Our sources are the Federal Communications Commission, the Federal Trade Commission, and University of Minnesota political science professor David Schultz. The rules for political ads are very different than typical consumer products, and we want to be clear up front that the answer to this question is no. Political ads are not required to be factual in order to be aired on broadcast television. In fact, the law allows politicians to say almost whatever they want in a commercial. This is because political ads are regulated by the FCC, which applies just two rules. One is that all candidates have the same opportunity to buy commercial time on stations. And two is that politicians can say whatever they want. Accuracy is not one of the rules, although TV stations could run a disclaimer explaining the rules before airing an ad. The only consequence for politicians who produce misleading or false ads is in court, and that's only if they defame someone, which is rare and hard to prove.
I think the rationale behind it is what? The idea of saying that candidates get to say what they want, and what? The voters get to sort of, through the marketplace of ideas, decide what's true, what's false.
That marketplace could also include news stories or fact checks like Verify stories explaining what's true and false. Schultz says you should always read the fine print on an ad to see who is funding it and do your own research on a candidate to see if what's being claimed is really true. With your Verify, I'm Brandon Lewis.
Welcome back. Did you know lower back pain is one of the major disabling health conditions as you age? It's time for some joint and muscle support brought to you by Omega XL. According to an orthopedic surgeon, adults 60 and up are more likely to develop lower back problems compared to working age adults. So here's what you could do about it. First, aerobic exercise. Think dancing and lightweight lifting. This increases blood flow and nutrients to the tissues in the lower back, which will help you with stiffness and healing. Next, maintain an ideal weight. Every extra pound adds strain to the muscles and ligaments of the back, which will weaken your spine. And finally, quit smoking, correct your posture. Studies show a direct link to smoking and back pain, and keeping your bones and joints in alignment reduces additional stress on your back. Omega XL has improved the lives of millions of consumers, supported by 30 years of clinical research. Omega XL's powerful and proven benefits have transformed the lives of athletes, celebrities, and dedicated daily users. Call 1-800-686-5325 or visit omegaxl.com for more information. We'll be right back.
Promotional consideration is brought to you by
To play a high school sport in Florida, athletes have to fill out a health assessment. But a section of questions for female athletes only is drawing criticism. News reports and people are claiming that female student athletes in Florida have to report their menstrual history to the state in order to play sports. After the Supreme Court's recent ruling in Dobbs v. Jackson Women's Health, which overturned the constitutional right to an abortion granted through Roe v. Wade, some people have raised concerns about providing reproductive health data to outside sources. So let's verify. Are female athletes in Florida public high schools required to report their menstrual history to play sports? Our sources are the Florida High School Athletic Association and 3 Florida public school districts. These are the forms from the Florida High School Athletic Association that all public school student athletes in the state have to fill out in order to participate. And this section is for female athletes only. It asks questions about the athlete's reproductive health, including when was your first menstrual period and how many periods have you had in the last year. As you can see here, it says on the form that filling it out is optional. Claudia Shea, Executive Director of Communications and Engagement for the Palm Beach County School District in Florida, told Verify, claims that female athletes have to answer these questions are false. She says these questions have been on the physical form for at least 2 decades, and answering them has been optional, whether the information is provided online or on paper. In Palm Beach County, Florida, student athletes of any gender use the same form and can write not applicable in the section with questions about menstrual cycles, according to Shea. So why are these questions included on the form? The Cleveland Clinic says abnormal or irregular periods can indicate potential health problems, such as bleeding, thyroid, or pituitary disorders. So we can verify, no. Female athletes at Florida public high schools aren't required to report their menstrual history to play sports. And Florida isn't alone. Other states, including Virginia and North Carolina, ask similar questions of their student athletes. With your Verify, I'm Ariande Till.
Overly processed foods are a big part of the American diet. According to the Washington Post, 60% of calories American adults consume are from what they call frankenfoods. Scientists say these foods are designed to deliver a combo of fat, sodium, and sugar that could hijack the brain's reward system, triggering powerful cravings. The problem is, dozens of studies link ultra-processed foods to obesity, heart disease, and colon cancer. So what counts as an ultra-processed food? It's typically an industrial creation. Think hot dogs, sugary cereals, and boxed macaroni and cheese. Interesting enough, though, the National Institutes of Health found that people who ate similar foods, mostly made from scratch, lost weight and lowered their cholesterol.
Are you skeptical of headlines and what you see on social media? We are too. The Verify newsletter helps you distinguish between true and false information by answering your questions. It provides fast facts on trending topics, spotlights major stories, and even includes a daily fun fact for all those trivia buffs out there. Get Verify's fast facts delivered every weekday to your email inbox. Go to verifythis.com/email to check it out.
Before we go, check out this video of a dad crowd surfing his baby up to a stage where Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson was waiting.
Okay.
Eventually, the baby made her way into The Rock's arms. On Instagram, The Rock said the father caught his attention because he had tears in his eyes. He also said he's been given a lot of things on stage, but never a baby.
This is so dangerous.
You think?
What are we doing here,
Bad
passing
idea.
children?
Beyond.
What are we doing here?
This is horrible. It's not funny.
I don't think it's funny. It's very strange.
And also, you put The Rock in a weird position, too. Like, somebody hints your baby. If they're just standing there, I'm already like, okay, I love your kid, take it back. You know, I couldn't imagine just a random baby shows up. What if the guy is not there to take the kid back? What is this?
What if the kid falls?
What if you have COVID and you give it to the kid?
This is horrible.
No.
All right. DBL's new every day. We'll see you tomorrow. Bye, guys.
Options. That was...
Where hope finds help. Where courage meets conviction. Where makers make fans. We are Tegna, a family of local and national media brands that bring us together, serving the greater good of our communities. Where national know-how backs local business. Be in good company with Tegna.
Let's get right into it, shall we?
Okay, wow. I don't even know where to begin here.
Oh, am I right?
Okay,
oh my goodness, I'm just gonna sit here.
Okay,
You're right.
I know y'all gonna be mad at me, but I'm just telling you the truth. We trying to heal together, okay?
You can smirk all you want. You don't have to tell me to go. I'm already on 11.
Brad Pitt. Sorry.
Yes.
So high.
I know it.
Don't miss a day of DBL. Talking about today on Daily Blast Live.
A movement grows, calling out so-called propaganda on TV.
It's presenting a world where the cops can always figure out who did it.
Do shows like Law & Order unfairly glamorize police? What would the roads be like without cars constantly going over the speed limit? We're talking about the new technology that could change driving forever. Kathy Lee Gifford sticks up for her late friend Regis Philbin. What does she have to say about Kelly Ripa's new book? That's all about behind-the-scenes drama. And Queer Eye's Bobby Burke will be here live.
Oh my gosh.
Get real.
No. Y'all, just stop.
This is a sham.
It's finally here. Drum roll. Oh my God. I was distracted by Tori singing The Lion King.
Yeah.
For a warm-up. You want to finish it?
It's a good warm-up.
That wasn't bad.
Thank you. It was actually pretty good.
Yeah.
Pretty accurate.
Thank you.
Okay, welcome to DBL. Hello, everybody. Today we're going to talk about what might be your favorite TV show after DBL, of course. Law and Order and its spin-offs. They've entertained fans for decades with stars like Mariska Hargitay, Christopher Maloney, Ice-T, and believe it or not, there have been more than 1,200 episodes. It's on nearly every hour of the day, but it's not the only one. There are other cop shows that you might be fans of, like Brooklyn Nine-Nine, who could forget Hill Street Blues from the 80s, or even Dragnet, which was a huge success starting in the 50s. But are these shows really all about entertainment? So many people are criticizing them for showing an unrealistic portrayal of law enforcement and failing to depict the ugly truth of communities of color being disproportionately targeted by police. They call these shows copaganda or cop propaganda. In fact, John Oliver called it out recently, saying this would not fly if it were a medical show spreading false narratives. Take a listen.
You know, Grey's Anatomy doesn't depict what happens inside an actual hospital. Those doctors are ridiculously hot, none of them are nearly tired enough, and it needs about 5,000% more discussion of insurance. If those medical professionals were routinely claiming that vaccines cause autism and herbal remedies cure cancer, we'd probably be having a conversation about it. Because that's essentially what Law and Order is doing.
It's an interesting question. We love unpacking these conversations on DBL, so we want to hear from you. What do you think? Do shows like Law and Order unfairly glamorize police? Yes or no? Go to dblvote.com to weigh in. First of all, do you guys even watch these shows? Do you watch any of these shows?
No, but I watched The Wire, and I would say that's kind of accurate.
Yeah, but it's not as glamorous. It's more like they kind of showed cops as human beings. Some were alcoholics. You know,
right. Well, I mean, that's the reality.
Yeah, that's the reality. I think they're saying, and that's what I was going to say too. Is I love The Wire.
Yeah.
I think some of these shows, Jeff and Tori, I don't think that they're accurate portrayals, but I don't think that that's their job. Their job is to put something on TV that people watch in between commercials, and they seem to be doing that quite well. Would it be nice if they threw in some reality? But I think a lot of people are watching TV to escape reality.
I couldn't agree more, right? I don't think it's supposed to be an honest depiction. It's not the news. It's a television show. It's made up. It's shot on a set, right? If you want to talk about shows like Cops or those shows where they get in between and they have cameras, when they all shut that down because of the George Floyd and the Black Lives Matter thing, I think that's why they shut those down. I don't know why. I thought that was a bad idea to shut those down, because wouldn't you want more police officers and people wearing cameras to show what's happening, what's really going on, and not editing it, showing all of it. If they do something wrong, show that. It's on camera. I don't know why they got rid of those shows, but this is a TV show, and now we have problems with this. So West Wing, let's cancel that. Veep, get rid of that because it's not real. It's like, come on.
I hate this. I hate this from the bottom of my heart, but I agree. I really do think it's a TV show and it's escapism. My parents watch because in part A, some joggers find a dead body. The dead body in part B is found to be a pharmacist. That guy is killed by the guy at the very end. And now I do understand that the NYPD is very close while working with Law and Order people on set. So there is in cahoots, if you will, to show a good light, if you will, because they protect the set, they shoot in New York. I get that. But I don't need the TV show to show me a real version. I watch TV to totally get out of reality.
But listen, I'm not saying any show should be canceled, but I think it's a really interesting conversation, and our responsibility as parents, if you watch those shows with like your teenagers or young adult children, because at the end of the day, it does change a general consensus. So it doesn't mean that it's not their job to change it. I agree with all of you, but I do think it pushes, just like when you watch a Disney movie. I will have a conversation with Sophie if we watch Sleeping Beauty, that obviously you have to consider consent to anybody kissing you. So I think it's okay to say, listen, for example, in every single episode, and the reason why a lot of people love Law and Order, and the viewership is way higher than any other cop show out there, is because they love that ending, right?
Where it always wraps up.
It's a strip show, yes. It takes place in beats.
Yeah,
yes.
and quote unquote,
and it's relaxing.
Yeah, the good guy catches the bad guy, but you never see episodes of anybody falsely imprisoned or falsely accused, or in every episode the perpetrator of a crime is arrested in real life. Nearly 40% of murder and manslaughter cases go without an arrest, even fewer in rape cases.
Right.
So I just want there to be a conversation.
And there is a new show, East New York, just to point out, with Jimmy Smits from NYPD Blue that's coming out, and I think we have a little bit of the trailer just to show behind me. Just, you know, it's all about a minority group in Brooklyn, and he has to go in there because there's police corruption about this situation. So new TV shows are coming out, and The Wire is a great example of also that was super realistic about what's going on.
That there's this thing, because I think as a viewer and somebody that would like to write for television, I would be interested in police corruption. But I think as somebody that's not interested in writing for television, that wants to watch these shows, I think that's why they say true crime is so popular with a certain demographic of people, is that they have anxiety. So they want to see that, like, if something happens, here's how you do it. If somebody attacks me, here's how I get away. Put my elbow up and kick his knee or whatever. People want to pretend like there's somebody out there. And I talk about this in my act after having my car stolen and my house basically broken into. There's nobody, guys. Where's the camera? There's nobody. There's nothing. There's like a couple of phone calls that you can make, maybe a cop will send an email, but for a lot of people, there's no safety net, so they have to watch it on TV, and I kind of understand that security.
But not always, though, too. And to your point, I fully agree with you, but I also know that when Erica Cobb talks about her home burglary, she had a very great interaction with police, and they really did help her. So I just want to make sure.
That was an emergency, and they did a great job.
Agreed.
I'm saying when somebody, you know, steals your car and you think, like, oh, a cop is going to, like, send a unit out, they're not. There's nothing, because there's too many crimes. I get it. So
I just want to make sure you made that distinction.
Yeah, but to have a TV show be your reality, right? It's a right. Like, I don't think people understand. First of all, I can't stand when you make something rhyme, like propaganda, copaganda, and everyone's like all on board, and it's a hashtag. I can't stand that. Okay, that's number one.
That's what you're most upset.
Yeah, I'm the most upset about that, because that's the new thing. You don't even need a good TV show with good actors. If you have a good name that rhymes, everyone's like, yes. No, it's not. So let me get back to my point here. It's one writer's depiction of what their reality is. If I wrote a show about anything, let's use cops. Someone in Baltimore is going to have a different experience. Someone in Miami is going to have someone in Montana is going to have a different experience. I can't cater to everybody's specific needs about what your reality is with the police, whatever it is. With a coffee house in New York City based on 5 friends. I'm sorry that they're all white, that there wasn't any black people in there. Well, maybe that was that showrunner's identity, and that's where he grew up.
Totally, but you don't have to change it, and I don't think the show should. But don't you think it also is a great time to open up conversation with your teenage children? I think it is. I would love if Sophie at 15 years old was in a Law and Order, and I could say, hey, just so you know.
But I think Sophie will have more. I'm sorry to cut you off.
That's
I think Sophie, especially when she gets to be 15, well, it's beautiful. She'll have so many options of things to watch, so many documentaries to watch on YouTube or Netflix, or talk to her friends, or go on Reddit and read articles. I don't know if when Dragnet was out, I was actually listening to a podcast about the beginning of LSD. They used Dragnet and those kind of shows to kind of propagandize and get people scared of LSD, and having these actors running around. And like you see, we're just kind of starting to circle back to that now, 50, 60 years later. So this has been used for purposes, you know, other than just ratings. So there is precedent for this as well.
But we have to depict everything. So when they show a drunk Irish guy, we have to be like, not all Irish people are drunk. This is a good moment to talk about that. You can't talk about every single thing that happens in everybody's life.
Slippery slope. Yeah, I agree with you.
Pick and choose in your own household.
Exactly.
And you never liked Click It or Ticket?
That was a good one. That made you think about
Click It or Ticket?
That was like the beginning of it, and then people just went bananas with it.
All right, let's see what our viewers say. 35% of you say yes. Shows like Law and Order unfairly glamorize police. 66% of you say no. Coming up on DBL, are you guilty of rude house guest behavior? We're talking about some of the worst things you can do at someone else's place. And can you imagine what the roads would be like if no one could drive over the speed limit? We're talking about a new technology that could change the way you drive.
Closed captioning provided by
Okay, wow. I don't even know where to begin here.
I'm just gonna sit here and be right.
I know y'all gonna be mad at me, but I'm just telling you the truth.
You can smirk all you want. You don't have to tell me to go.
Brad Pitt.
I do that story.
It's such a
Today we didn't have a lead, and
right. Well,
there
this
you
is,
go.
I mean, this is the
That was
the
really
story.
good, guys.
Because it's like I get what you're saying. Like, it's not always time for a talk.
I
Sometimes
know.
you just want to watch something.
Don't you want to watch not to see it?
Right.
My mom watches it so she can feel safe with the A, the B, and the C. It's all wrapped up. She wants that. She craves that because life is so unstructured.
There is another side to it.
There's a huge other side. I live that other side.
People think that's what it's really
Of
like.
course.
And for many people in the country, it's not like that.
Right.
And the new NYPD and Law and Order have been in bed together forever. I mean, they are
Of
so
course.
entwined.
Well, you can
I
have
agree
access
with you
to
all.
them.
I'm just saying, it's interesting because there is that other side to it.
It's like if you're going to
They
do a
can
show about
create an
college
image.
football, if you're going to go after the corruption in college football, well, you're not going to get to interview Chris Fowler or Kirk Herbstreit or be on the Alabama 50-yard line doing an interview.
Right.
You're not going to have access. But if you go, college football is really great. Me and my dad bonded over this. You're like, hey, Jeff, do you want to do this from the Orange Bowl? And you'd be like, it's like, of course. If you're going to go after their product, they're not going to give you the access. And that's kind of the trade-off. So whichever show you want to make
But
that
I mean,
show.
they can't. I totally get both sides. Totally get both sides. I totally get it. But it's also the angle of who's writing that script. The Wire is much different than Law and Order.
Right.
Way different.
Yeah.
Right. So it's like, who's writing that
I
script?
have-
What point of view are you looking at it from? The Wire shows a totally different point of view. That's actually probably more realistic than anything else that I've seen.
I would argue that I agree with you about The Wire, but I would also argue that Law and Order taught people about Miranda rights, getting a lawyer, understanding about DNA.
Don't talk.
I think it actually helped with criminals, or not criminals, but people's rights. If they do get arrested, Law and Order sort of maybe not fairly, but at least taught you at least some of the procedural things that happen.
Yeah, The Wire really taught me about like why City Hall beefs with like the police sergeant.
And the
why
And if you haven't seen The Wire, check it out. It's an older
so
series,
good.
but it's really great.
Because I get a free one anyway.
Welcome back. The NTSB is recommending a new device in cars that would stop the driver from speeding. Some of these devices would actually prevent you from ever driving over the speed limit. They say it could prevent tens of thousands of deaths every year. So what do we think of this? Do we think this is a good idea? Tori, you're very stern right now.
I read a book on traffic.
What are you talking about?
I feel like that was like a tranquilizer dart for Jeff. That was such a boring intro that I thought you were just going to drop off. I read
Speaking of depicting reality, yeah, this is it.
I read a book on traffic because I was interested in why traffic happens.
What?
And there's a psychology and reason behind it. And it's when people go in and out and speed up and slow down. If everyone went the exact speed limit, it would be so much faster for everyone, exponentially faster, and people would save a gazillion lives. So I, on the surface, kind of like this idea, but I'm worried because I feel like it's a little government taking over my car for me.
What if you just speed off because somebody's chasing you? What if there's a fire?
I was going to
there's
say
gonna be
a baby. I didn't know you were going to take it there.
No, but that's fair. There are emergencies. Yeah, you're right.
What would you do?
I was just thinking about merging. Like if you have to speed up sometimes and someone's like a Tory driver and you're like, they definitely don't see me. You know what I mean? Your car looks like those Matchbox cars where you hit it and it's dent and then you hit it again and it's like super dented. Remember those old school
cars lose their value right after you take them off.
I don't park near
If it makes you feel better, yours has none.
Yeah, I won't park near Tory because of that very reason.
No. For sure.
No.
For sure. But anyways, you got to speed up sometimes to merge to avoid someone else. And if your car's locked at a certain number, I think that's dangerous.
But technically, if you're all going the same speed limit, you wouldn't need to merge. It would all work out almost, and it will do this in the future. It will be run by computers so that we won't be driving it.
Well, that's terrifying.
No, but that's the future.
You know what,
that's the future.
I feel like we're headed towards all being like a pack of ants then. Like we're just
That's what will happen.
There's no individuals. I kind of like being able to control the speed of my car.
Yeah.
I kind of like having autonomy over my life. I even, I know there's certain companies that will say, you can put the console in and like if you didn't go over the limit, you get a discount. I don't even want that. I want.
What if it saves? Listen, I'm with you, but if it saves lives,
Right, that's
if
right
my
back and forth.
daughter is driving at 16 years old and it's going to make the road safer for her, I'm all for it. I wouldn't mind if everybody had a breathalyzer in their car, myself included. I
Why
don't
do you
care.
need a breathalyzer if it's going to drive you?
What do you mean?
But
what do you mean? If someone's going to drive the car for you,
no, take that aside.
Have a beer in there.
If you didn't have that, you don't mind that.
Take
right?
I'm not talking about if the cars drive themselves. I'm talking about if the government were to make sure that your car doesn't go over a certain speed, to ensure that there's less accidents, or to make sure that everybody has a breathalyzer in their car, to ensure that there's no drinking and driving. I'm okay with that.
Except then I come back with you, which is why I was doing this face with the Fourth Amendment of search and seizure, and I absolutely am not giving you my breath without a warrant, right? Because I don't want the government spending too much of their time in my autonomy, just like Al said.
Wait, what's wrong with the government knowing your breath? I'm just curious.
That's like you're taking something of mine without having a probable cause for it.
And so your data will be used against you in some kind of way.
In some way, people won't want, you can't ask for a blood, DNA. You need some kind of warrant because you are getting something from someone. That's a search and seizure of your body. And I don't think that the police have any right to do that to anybody unless there's probable cause.
Well, what if the police aren't involved? It's just your car won't work, like a standard breathalyzer.
It feels a little bit like government, like 1984 to me. That's where I'm back and forth.
And also, there'd be a lot of alcohol lobbyists that probably wouldn't want that out there. I don't think people would want that. I've always wondered why bars have parking lots. I always thought that was interesting.
That's true.
Right, how are you going to show up to it?
Point. Yeah, but you shouldn't if you're going to drink and drive.
Well, there's right, but then you're telling me, well, okay, there's a lot.
Coming up on DBL, we're talking all about the house guest etiquette. Are you guilty of doing any rude behavior?
Your personal information.
Midterm election season is here, and that means there will be political ads everywhere you look. And some of those ads will inevitably make outlandish claims.
Some Verify viewers emailed us to ask if candidate ads have to tell the truth. So let's verify. Are political ads required to be factual in order to be aired on broadcast television? Our sources are the Federal Communications Commission, the Federal Trade Commission, and University of Minnesota political science professor David Schultz. The rules for political ads are very different than typical consumer products, and we want to be clear up front that the answer to this question is no. Political ads are not required to be factual in order to be aired on broadcast television. In fact, the law allows politicians to say almost whatever they want in a commercial. This is because political ads are regulated by the FCC, which applies just two rules. One is that all candidates have the same opportunity to buy commercial time on stations. And two is that politicians can say whatever they want. Accuracy is not one of the rules, although TV stations could run a disclaimer explaining the rules before airing an ad. The only consequence for politicians who produce misleading or false ads is in court, and that's only if they defame someone, which is rare and hard to prove.
I think the rationale behind it is what? The idea of saying that candidates get to say what they want, and what? The voters get to sort of, through the marketplace of ideas, decide what's true, what's false.
That marketplace could also include news stories or fact checks like Verify stories explaining what's true and false. Schultz says you should always read the fine print on an ad to see who is funding it and do your own research on a candidate to see if what's being claimed is really true. With your Verify, I'm Brandon Lewis.
Welcome back. After the pandemic shut down any type of social scene for months, many of us found a new appreciation for gathering at friends' or families' houses. But do you know how to properly behave as house guests? Let's find out. An etiquette expert shared some common rude behaviors when visiting someone's home. So first up, this is an obvious one: overstaying your welcome. Some people do not understand this one.
What's the code? What should be your tip, like, that you should leave? What do you think?
Yeah, go ahead.
Go for it.
I do the Midwestern.
You actually do that?
The knee slap. Well,
yeah, right. You like it when people overstay their welcome.
To be honest, you can all laugh, but it's actually, I want you out of my house at some point. And so I think at some point there's little social cues you can give. Lights can turn off. Doors can close.
I start putting away the dishes.
Doors can close?
You want me to leave?
What do you guys do?
When I want someone to leave my house?
Yeah.
It's getting late, man. What's up?
Yeah. Here's my kind of low-level rule. I feel like, okay, if you came as a couple, if the second to last couple or the second to last individual is about to leave, you guys leave together. You should never be the last person or the last couple there with the host. So if we're at Sam's house,
We got it.
Gosh. He was going to literally present a PowerPoint.
Do you have a whiteboard?
Yeah.
Right.
Okay.
I walked right into that.
Snooping around the house. What do we think about this?
Other people's?
Yeah, it's rude if someone comes to your home and starts snooping.
Yeah, of course. What's the breakdown?
But you do it.
No, you don't.
Some people look in medicine cabinets on dates.
I've done that on dates.
I've done that on dates.
For sure. But I dated, 20 years ago? I've been with my husband forever. But I used to in the medicine cabinet all the time.
What were you looking for?
Nothing. Just curious. What kind of face wash does he use?
Right.
What kind of, does he use eye cream? Does he not?
I was also, is he on medication in any way?
Yeah. No, I never cared about the medication part.
You don't just look under the sink?
Like you look in other people's sinks?
I just want to see what they have under there. Like, oh, cotton balls, okay. I just think I'm not like stealing stuff.
I'm not stealing. I never thought you would.
I know, I'm just curious about what your house is
That makes it better. I wasn't stealing anything, I was just looking through your wife's underwear drawer.
How many times?
Oh, it's all right, it's cool.
There's more. Okay. Showing up empty-handed. I don't care about this. I just want you to come over. You don't need to bring anything.
That's a big deal.
You gotta
bring something.
You gotta bring a little.
You can't go.
Flowers, a bowl.
Flowers.
Yeah, a wine bottle, something. You got to bring something.
I always bring something, but I would never be offended if someone came to my house and didn't bring anything.
If I was running late and I could not pick anything up, I would call and be like, hey, I can't. I'll order something when I get there. But I feel like it's just the gesture.
Yeah, it's just something in your hand.
Now what?
Why was that funny?
I don't know.
It could be anything in your hand.
Yeah, you could walk in with anything in your hand.
Now what if it's like
you guys made that sexual?
No, it's not that funny.
What if you were the just napkins and
what
paper
if I
cups
came to your
guy?
house with something in my hand? What up, Al?
Okay, wait, we have more. Bringing an uninvited +1. That's a little weird, I think.
Yeah.
Like someone I don't know, just coming along.
Erica Cobb had said earlier that if she doesn't know you, I don't want to walk past someone at a party. I don't know where you're coming from because I don't want you in my house in that way. And I'd never thought about that.
But I think we are people of a certain age.
Oh, yeah.
I think when you had a house party when you were 22, if you knew 4 people in there, it was a win.
Yeah, that's true.
So I think it's age-wise.
Yes. And then we have one more, waiting to share dietary restrictions. That wouldn't bother me. I mean, I don't volunteer it for me, because, I don't eat meat, but I wouldn't mind if someone came to me and said, hey, my daughter has celiac disease. Do you have anything gluten-free? I wouldn't care. Would you?
I wouldn't care, but I would appreciate if I was told ahead of time.
Heads up.
Especially if it's like, obviously, we'll have a vegetarian or vegan option, probably whatever we're doing.
Yeah.
But if it's celiac or something like that's really serious like that, I would want to know just for medical. If somebody had like a real peanut allergy, not like I don't feel well, but like my throat closes, shoot me a text.
You know, my dad's allergic that way with lobster and crab, and we've never mentioned it to anyone we're going to a dinner party with.
You might want to.
And I never thought about it.
Crustacean inside the sauce.
I didn't.
My buddy, if you put like shrimp on the grill.
Like the pan can't have it.
Are
well, like
you
if you put it on the grill.
Crustacean inside the sauce? I'm still here.
Oh, all right, let's go back.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, that was it.
I'm sorry, Sam.
What's wrong with crustacean in the sauce?
That was quite a sentence.
I'm thinking about her father.
That's actually
Somebody
lovely.
could be making a pasta, and then they have a lobster sauce or some sort of shellfish sauce, and then her dad's in the hospital. That's me being a very courteous host.
Crustacean in the
You
sauce.
could smell it too.
Yeah.
If you're allergic, you can kind of get a heads up.
Not
You know what I mean?
always. We'll be right back.
There's a joke.
Promotional.
To play a high school sport in Florida, athletes have to fill out a health assessment. But a section of questions for female athletes only is drawing criticism. News reports and people are claiming that female student athletes in Florida have to report their menstrual history to the state in order to play sports. After the Supreme Court's recent ruling in Dobbs v. Jackson Women's Health, which overturned the constitutional right to an abortion granted through Roe v. Wade, some people have raised concerns about providing reproductive health data to outside sources. So let's verify. Are female athletes in Florida public high schools required to report their menstrual history to play sports? Our sources are the Florida High School Athletic Association and 3 Florida public school districts. These are the forms from the Florida High School Athletic Association that all public school student athletes in the state have to fill out in order to participate. And this section is for female athletes only. It asks questions about the athlete's reproductive health, including when was your first menstrual period and how many periods have you had in the last year. As you can see here, it says on the form that filling it out is optional. Claudia Shea, Executive Director of Communications and Engagement for the Palm Beach County School District in Florida, told Verify, claims that female athletes have to answer these questions are false. She says these questions have been on the physical form for at least 2 decades, and answering them has been optional, whether the information is provided online or on paper. In Palm Beach County, Florida, student athletes of any gender use the same form and can write not applicable in the section with questions about menstrual cycles, according to Shea. So why are these questions included on the form? The Cleveland Clinic says abnormal or irregular periods can indicate potential health problems, such as bleeding, thyroid, or pituitary disorders. So we can verify, no. Female athletes at Florida public high schools aren't required to report their menstrual history to play sports. And Florida isn't alone. Other states, including Virginia and North Carolina, ask similar questions of their student athletes. With your Verify, I'm Ariande Till.
Overly processed foods are a big part of the American diet. According to the Washington Post, 60% of calories American adults consume are from what they call frankenfoods. Scientists say these foods are designed to deliver a combo of fat, sodium, and sugar that could hijack the brain's reward system, triggering powerful cravings. The problem is, dozens of studies link ultra-processed foods to obesity, heart disease, and colon cancer. So what counts as an ultra-processed food? It's typically an industrial creation. Think hot dogs, sugary cereals, and boxed macaroni and cheese. Interesting enough, though, the National Institutes of Health found that people who ate similar foods, mostly made from scratch, lost weight and lowered their cholesterol.
Are you skeptical of headlines and what you see on social media? We are too. The Verify newsletter helps you distinguish between true and false information by answering your questions. It provides fast facts on trending topics, spotlights major stories, and even includes a daily fun fact for all those trivia buffs out there. Get Verify's fast facts delivered every weekday to your email inbox. Go to verifythis.com/email to check it out.
We love sharing your comments. Julia says, I love to cook and bake, so I usually bring food and tell them you can eat it now or eat it later. Carolyn says, I love the sweater Tori has on. Too cute.
Thanks, guys. It's a dress, and it's like, is it winter? Maybe not.
And Jeff and I thought she was wearing a Snuggie.
I like your sweater.
We do love it.
Thank you.
You know
very
I like a big cozy sweater.
Oh, it's lovely.
Backhanded compliment.
If you're leaving us, you can watch
We
the
love you
second
so
half of
much.
the show online, watch on YouTube or our DBL mobile app. But if you get the second half of the show where you are, here is what's ahead. Queer Eye's interior design expert Bobby Burke will be here live. He's telling us why the latest season of the hit show is the most intense. Plus, Kathy Lee Gifford on Kelly Ripa's book.
As candidates make their final push before the midterm elections, you may start seeing more of them touting endorsements from celebrities or notable organizations. That led Verify viewer Jack to wonder whether politicians might simply be paying those folks to endorse them. So let's verify. Is it legal for political candidates to pay for endorsements? Our sources are the Federal Election Commission and the Federal Election Campaign Act. According to the FEC, there is no law banning candidates from paying for endorsements. A spokesperson told Verify, quote, no provisions in the FEC rules specifically address paid endorsements of federal candidates. But candidates are legally required to disclose such payments. The Federal Election Campaign Act requires campaigns for federal office to file regular reports on where their money comes from and where it goes. That report has to include the name and address of any person to whom an expenditure in excess of $200 is made, together with the date, amount, and purpose of such expenditure. So, paying for an endorsement isn't illegal, but trying to hide that payment could get you in trouble. A notable example, a former Iowa state senator named Kent Sorensen. According to court records in 2012, he took money in exchange for endorsements for Republican candidates for president. He was charged with willfully causing false expenditure reports and obstruction of justice. He pleaded guilty and received a 15-month prison sentence. But it was for the cover-up, not the payments themselves. So we can verify, yes, it is legal for federal candidates to pay for endorsements, but they are legally required to disclose those payments. With your Verify, I'm Casey Decker.
Daily Blast Live. We're talking about what you're talking about.
Oh my gosh.
Get real.
No. Y'all, just stop.
This is a sham.
It's finally here. Drum roll. Welcome to DBL. We started to talk about this topic and then we had to shut it down because we were like, we got to save it for the show. So we're very eager. Kathy Lee Gifford didn't hold back when talking about Kelly Ripa's new book. In her memoir, Kelly dished on her quote unquote complicated working relationship with Regis. Kelly said they weren't friends off set and it took years for her to earn her place on the show. But Kathy Lee told Good Day New York she had a very different experience with Regis. Watch.
I'm not going to read the book. I haven't read it. I don't even know if it's out yet. I just know, I know what Regis was to me, Rosanna. He was 15 years the best partner a person could ever have.
Okay, Tori, so you were about to have a lot to say about this.
Yeah, and I don't, first of all,
So it's a strange way to set it up, but I love it.
Here we go. Boom. One thing that got me was that it's posthumous, so Regis isn't here to speak up for himself, which that always makes me a little uncomfortable. But I think both of these things can be true in this universe. I think Kathy Lee can have an experience that was very, very different. They came up together. They were closer in that way. Kelly came into a successful show. That's a newbie. She also could have a very different experience that both can live in this world. And Kathy doesn't have to read the book. And I don't think they oppose each other. I think it's weird to not let someone tell their story from their angle if we're like trying to shut down Kelly. Now, I don't like that Regis has passed. I find that a little difficult because he, again, isn't here. But that was her experience. I don't understand why we don't sort of testify to that.
I don't know. I have a weird point of view about everything. And I feel like I'm getting so outdated on the way I think and like work ethic because nobody thinks like that anymore. At least you're not allowed to say that. Why not show some grace for the man who made your whole life and say, you know what? This man changed my life and I'm still on air because of this man and everything I've learned because of this man. The ups and the downs, the bads, the goods, the friendship and the sadness is all that I've learned from this man. Where is that? Where does that go? You need to tell me that you had one bad day and Regis said something that might have been snappy to your experience in the hallway, but your whole life was changed because of this man, and you're going to share that part if that's the part we're talking about. I'm sure there's a lot of other things she said, but where's the grace? Where's the gratefulness? Her whole life was changed because of this man, and you're going to throw a shot at him after he's gone?
Maybe she mentioned that, though, just to play devil's advocate here.
Yeah, totally, but no one just, everything's like, both sides of the fence is good, and this is great. It's like, no, it's not, man.
Right.
No, it's not.
But listen, we always have good days and bad days, right? We've been together for 5 years. I consider all of you my family, and I know that there's going to be ups and downs, ebbs and flows, like any family would be, because that's how close we are. So I'm hoping that in the book, I have not read the book, but I'm hoping that it's just the media hanging on to this one sentence and that there are moments where she did give him credit. I hope she did because she should, but maybe we're nitpicking or cherry picking.
I think we would all be conscious if we were giving a quote and we knew that a book was going to be written about DBL.
Right.
If I said, you know what, Jeff and I have had our differences, I would make sure that there wasn't a period, that there was a comma in that sentence so I could not be misquoted, but I would say he's one of the finest men I've ever sat next to. Yeah. Because if I'd go, Jeff and I, we butted heads. I just had a lot of issues with him. Tori was cool, and I mean, Jeff and I they're not going to get that second sentence. And if you give anybody an opportunity to go after the person that changed your life, people that want to sell books and sensationalize things, you have to know that that's the sentence they're going to take.
If I'm writing a memoir, I agree with you guys. Absolutely everything you said is right.
But I appreciate your point of view.
Regis did give her everything, and to be gracious is an art and should have been appreciated, and maybe it is. However, if I want to write a memoir, are you saying I have to cater and curate everything to make sure it's sanitary so that no bad comment? Then what am I reading? All good things. Nothing has any kind of conflict to it? I think it's just say what you mean and mean what you say. So if we had negative interactions the whole time, and Jeff want to hear, then say that and be honest. But don't give anybody any latitude to say something where it can be taken either way because you know which way they're going to take it.
Be smart.
Right.
Yeah.
Say what you mean.
Great point of view. Okay, George Clooney is talking about being an older dad. George became a dad at 56 when he had his twins with Amal. He told Hoda Kotb he's not scared of being too old to miss major milestones in their life. Watch.
No, I kind of like the idea of being sort of out of it when, like, my daughter starts to date. Papa, I want you to meet, he's a drummer in a band. How about? I like toast. I'm okay with it.
So what do we think about this?
I mean,
For me, it's my mom. Is for me. I'm 40. I don't have kids, and the thing that gets me is my mom won't. If I have kids later, she won't be able to see the bat mitzvah. That's what gets me. It's like I understand what I gave up to have kids later in life, but it sucks for the parents.
Oh, that's really honest, Tori.
Yeah. I think that's what I think about the most, and I know Erica feels the same way. And that's all I think about is the marriages, that all that, I put it off for this and for when I'm comfortable to do it, not for her, but she's missing out on that. And that sucks. Sorry, Mom.
No. Yeah, but I told that we had this conversation earlier. That's why I told him, like, you can't have kids based on someone else's wants or needs, right?
Exactly.
Bringing a child in this world takes a lot of love. It takes a lot of energy. It takes a lot of strength. We're getting up at 2 in the morning, night after night, and sleep deprived. And you don't want a thought coming in your head saying, I didn't even want you. You know what I mean? Because you think some crazy things when it's day number 2 weeks in and you haven't slept and it's 3 in the morning, and having that on your mind is not something you want on your mind. So do what's right for Tori.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
I appreciate that. I really do.
I was going to say, to Jeff's point, you're going to have the thought the other way, too, because if you had children, you would be at home, maybe watching DBL.
I wouldn't be here, right?
I could be, that's my seat that person is sitting in. And I was talking to somebody who was looking at our Giselle-Tom Brady conversation, and we were emailing back and forth this weekend, and I said it's just such a tough situation for women, because if you're career-driven, it's not, society, it's your aunt.
Yeah.
And the person who changed your diaper and your mom going, Sam, you're killing me. Where are these kids? And if you get the kids, then they're like, Sam, I thought you had drive. What happened to the Sam that was a Division I swimmer? Now you're just at home watching TV. So good luck, ladies.
Yeah.
What are you going to do?
Yeah. Ambition plus uterus is hard.
It's a lot of pressure.
It's hard.
A lot of pressure. But I will present one other point before we move on. He said at 56, and you even mentioned it too, it's exhausting, right? I look at like 30-year-old Sam, and I'm glad I waited to have kids at 38 and 40 or ish. I don't know how I would be. Of course, George Clooney has help. I'm assuming he does. I don't know how I would be at 56 years old. I'm tired now.
Yeah.
So I do think that's something that people that want to have children have to think about, because your energy changes drastically as you get older.
Yeah, I enjoy cross stitch. Yeah.
You are,
Should be fun for the child.
A new study suggests that 6 out of 10 people say a celebrity has gotten them through a tough time in their lives. People struggling with fears and self-doubt say stars like Oprah, The Rock, Rebel Wilson, Tyler Perry, and survivalist Bear Grylls have inspired them to push past these limitations. Now, almost 70% say they respond positively to celebs if they know they're struggling with the same issue. Has a celebrity gotten any of you out of a bad time? What about you, Jeff? Or Tori, what about you?
I loved, and we interviewed this person once, Cesar Millan, the dog whisperer.
Oh, yeah. You were really emotional for that interview.
Yeah, I cried, and he didn't really care. It was fine. It's fine. I don't worry about it in the shower. But what he taught you is, first of all, I got outside. I got Josie a dog. I rescued a dog to get outside. I wasn't leaving my apartment. So I got a dog to take walks. And then he taught me your energy will be felt by the dog, and that's when I started changing my energy and realizing how important energy was, and that took me on a whole other journey.
Jeff?
I'm laughing because earlier we did this and I got a sticky note to go in order.
I did too.
Oh, you did?
And
you didn't follow it.
I messed up. We can do it, guys.
See, Karen, who needs the sticky note now? All right, so that was you had to be here for. Anyways, Tony Robbins was my guy. I know it sounds super cliche, but when I came back from California, the first time a failure, I was done playing football, bad relationship, everything. My boss that I worked for at the time really taught me about the power of positive thinking, and it's changed my life. From that moment, he taught me to thinking positively, to just everything, and it started all with Tony Robbins.
What did your boss say that really resonates with you?
He would put me in the room for half of the 8-hour day and just be like, sit in here and listen to positive things, whether Tony Robbins or some other motivational speaker, and he's like, I'll pay you just sitting here, because he knew me when I was 16.
What an angel.
And then 10 years later, he's like, you're not the same guy. We need to get you back where you were. And he changed my life.
Incredible.
Yeah, man, that was...
Albert?
Yeah, for me, it was Muhammad Ali.
Yeah. Oh my gosh.
Even though, again, talking about seeming cliche, but I think when we see Muhammad Ali, we see him through 2 lenses, just as an incredible boxer or as an advocate for marginalized people. But what I remember most about him is right up until the end, he was thrown in jail during his prime,
right?
When he was going to be at his height, and he didn't let that make him bitter,
right?
And that was a skill that I did not possess as a comic, my default is bitter. I'm like, we'll start it bitter, and then if we change, cool. So like looking at Ali, it's really helped me to remember that I've been blessed with a lot and to accept that and not go so
That's
negative.
a great girl.
What about
Beautiful.
you, Sam?
Mine, she came on the show. She's a local here, Amy Van Dyken,
Yes.
6-time gold medalist. And what I loved about Amy is, one, not only as a swimmer, I wanted to be just like her, but she became fast later in life. So like she actually became really fast in her college years. But then what a lot of people may not know if you don't follow her story is she became paralyzed from an ATV accident. But she still is positive, still is an advocate. You know she has so many battles that she does not talk about, but she's still a champion, whether she's in the pool or whether she's out of the pool. She is a champion. And she was a great role model back then, and she's an even better role model now. And I will forever. And when you mentioned crying, I don't know if you guys remember when she came here.
Yeah,
it was so embarrassing. I did not expect it. I was like hyperventilating in the corner.
You like lost. It was.
I was used to having posters of her and her times above my wall, so I would have them cemented into my brain so I could swim as fast as her.
That's cool.
Unbelievable woman. We love you, Amy. Come back to the studio.
Absolutely.
She's like 10 minutes from here. Come on, Amy.
Follow her on Instagram. It's hard not to be inspired because she's always happy, always doing something. Always, I follow her too.
The best part, I was so excited to meet her. She looked right past me and went right to Jeff.
I was a little embarrassed because I knew how much you were like looking forward to that, but I still took that.
Yeah, she's a Jeff fan. She's a big
back
brother
to you,
fan.
Tammy.
Yeah. Coming up on DBL, Queer Eyes Bobby Burke will be here live.
Bobby.
He has a pinball machine back there. Can't wait to chat with him next.
Closed captioning.
This is Daily Blast Live. We have fiery debate. That's not true. Can I finish? We tell heartfelt stories. We're so emotional over here. We talk to the stars.
Turn up the notch on that.
Great research.
DBL is all new every day. Want me to just say?
We did not get to it, but yes, a man in Mexico, I believe, he crowd surfed his baby. Sam, do you remember?
That baby.
Oh, yeah.
At the very end of the show.
That's crazy.
Chiago?
Why would anybody
never
think
know.
it's okay to crowd surf your baby?
That's the key.
What is-
That's the key.
Do you know?
What if they
Everybody
dropped
you're
it?
handing him to is
What if
hammered,
they're,
by the
yeah,
way.
no thank you.
Yeah.
You're like asking for fondling, you're asking for the baby to be dropped, you're asking for the baby to be scared. The baby's not in the mother's arms or the dad's arms or a loved one's arms.
And is it like, is
No.
the risk, if it's a burning building, okay, but like for the rocks to
Right,
be like, shoot kid?
Stupid.
Yeah.
I don't know.
It's also November for prostate cancer.
Oh,
Yeah, they're okay with it?
Are we gonna
I'm saying.
Oh, yeah, for
okay,
sure.
he's not at his house. Okay.
You know
Okay.
I thought we were talking about scheduling.
Thank you.
Are we gonna do our prostate?
Yeah.
Yeah, and in November, you're supposed to not shave for prostate cancer awareness. That's perfect.
Oh, I'm here for it.
No shave, no. Why is it November?
I'll see.
No, right? No shave November.
Kelly?
No, but it's mustache.
Can you clip that
Movember.
for me so we can
Is that
see?
why
I think that's why they call it Movember.
Movember.
Don't quote me on that.
I don't either.
Yeah, but I'm down. Let's do this. Like, I'm down.
Oh, I love it.
Yeah. So, because I was actually asking my doctor about this like a couple years ago, and she was like, "No, you don't have to be. You have to be 45."
For me, it's Pamela Anderson.
I look. The attention I got when I had a mustache for 2 weeks was unreal.
I met Mohammed.
It was unreal. How many people had an opinion?
I thought when
about my
you said, can I be
mustache?
honest with you? When you were like, there's such a double standard, you were 1,000% correct.
Yeah, because I've said, my wife, I don't.
1,000,000%.
People talk about hairy legs and hairy armpits on women, and I said I don't prefer that, right? But everyone sure did have an opinion when I grew a mustache for 2 weeks.
Dude, I was put in my place. I was like, wait, can't say that. No.
Welcome back to DBL. He can transform any space into what you want it to be, and with an eye for design and a big heart. He's rebuilding communities devastated by disaster. Queer Eyes interior design expert Bobby Burke joins us live. I love this man.
Hi, everybody. It's good to be back.
So good to see you,
Bobby.
Good to see you, Bobby. All right, Bobby, I have a question for you. As a Lowe's hometown ambassador, I love this. You're helping to restore community spaces, and right now, you're restoring the Sid Katz House of the Ronald McDonald Charities in San Antonio. Could you be more of an angel? Tell us about the project and where you're at in the process, and what goes into it as a designer for that.
So we're here in San Antonio right now. There's actually 2 Ronald McDonald houses right next to them. The one I have been in, that I'm in right now, was built after the ice disaster of 2021. But in 2021, when Texas had that huge freeze, all the pipes in the Ronald McDonald House burst. It destroyed the entire property inside. So I have come in with Lowe's, and we are actually redoing all the landscaping across the entire property, making it just this beautiful Zen space where all the families can really reconnect with nature and have those moments to just decompress while they're going through some of the roughest times in their life.
Wow, that's a mitzvah.
That's
great.
A mitzvah. And first of all, shout out to the Ronald McDonald House. I know somebody personally that was recounting their time there and how important that was for their healing. You don't have to pay. It's just an incredible
Yeah, they take
place.
care of everything.
So shout out to that. Now, let's get to season 7. Queer Eye was filmed in my favorite city, New Orleans. Why do you call it the most intense season ever?
Well, normally we film an episode a week. But this season, there were some weeks where we were filming 3 episodes at once. We had a very tight schedule. We had Karamo, who we all know is now the host of the Karamo Show. He had to be back in Connecticut to film at a certain time, so we had to really rush to get through our season, so that way we didn't affect his start time. So that's why it was the most intense, because we filmed more episodes a week than we have ever done at once.
Yes, but you have to be thinking the whole time, I get to eat New Orleans food as soon as we're done shooting. So there you go.
That kept us fueled.
So, Bobby, if you're not doing enough already, you have a new song with Brazilian pop star Thiago and Rebecca. It's called Dessa Key. I think we're going to, let's take a little listen to it right now.
My muse, my saints. Oh, you got me going insane.
Wow. That's you singing?
Yeah.
What's your connection to Brazil?
So Brazil is one of the countries that has my most fans from it. Like, my fan goes from like US, UK, and Brazil is number 3. And because of all my interactions with my amazing Brazilian fans, I just got so obsessed with their culture and their music. And so through that, I became friends with Rebecca and Thiago. And when they asked me to do a song with them, I was like, absolutely. I'm even learning a little Portuguese. What? So Brazilian fans are so passionate and just show you so much love that I couldn't help but get involved.
Did you ever think you'd become a singer? Was this one of your goals? Did you always sing?
Actually, as a child, that's always what I wanted to do. Yeah. After being a lawyer, I wanted to be a singer.
You and Tori did.
Yeah, that was my goal too. Nice life. Like, you're in New Orleans helping your friend get to his talk show in Connecticut while checking on your Brazilian fan base. Yeah. Working for the Ronald McDonald House.
All while he's sneaking a little pinball.
You deserve it.
Man, I want a Brazilian fan base. All right, you have a new home decor collection. What design trends should we all be on the lookout for now? I'm still doing like twinkle lights, so can you talk to us?
You know what, for me, I'm not really about saying about a specific trend that you need to follow, because your home should reflect you. Your home should make you happy. So if there is something in your home that I personally would find ugly, but it makes you happy, girl, keep it.
Okay.
It's all about what makes you happy in your home. Don't listen to only the things I say. I mean, listen to some of them.
He gave you permission to keep your decor toy.
Yeah. Exactly. Yeah. I gave you permission to keep that purple credenza from Aunt Gertrude.
Fantastic. I'll call her later. Yes. Okay, Bobby, really important day today. Today's National Coming Out Day.
Yes.
Do you have any advice for anyone struggling to come out to family and friends?
You know what? First of all, I would say that coming out is a journey that you should take at your own pace. And if you do not feel comfortable enough or safe enough to come out, do not feel pressured to do so. This is your own journey. Secondly, though, I would say that I long for the day that we don't need to have a National Coming Out Day.
I know.
Because straight people don't come out. Y'all don't say, hey, I want to sit you all down and say, I'm straight. There's no pressure to do that. But for us in the queer community, there is. So I long for the day when we don't have to come out. It's just who we are is who we are, and it's not an issue.
Beautifully said. Well said. I know. Tori, I feel bad about my comment about the decor. You know I didn't mean that. I have dorm room decor. Fine.
nice. It's like
very homey.
It's a little cluttered, but I love everything in it.
Really?
You know,
Tori is a lava lamp.
Yeah. It's like everything you ever wanted.
There's still some good lava lamps out there.
Thanks, Bobby. I'm gonna Burke you. Bobby, we appreciate you. We love you. DBL Nation, keep an eye out for season 7 of Queer Eye on Netflix. Also visit BobbyBurke.com to check out more of his new home decor. And as we go to break, let's listen one more time to Bobby's song, shall we?
Bobby and his Brazilian fan base.
Thanks, Bobby.
Thanks,
Bye,
Bobby. Thanks, brother.
My muse, my saint. Oh, you got me going insane when the music hits my brain. Oh, it's got me going insane.
I've never really been.
Midterm election season is here, and that means there will be political ads everywhere you look. And some of those ads will inevitably make outlandish claims.
Some Verify viewers emailed us to ask if candidate ads have to tell the truth. So let's verify. Are political ads required to be factual in order to be aired on broadcast television? Our sources are the Federal Communications Commission, the Federal Trade Commission, and University of Minnesota political science professor David Schultz. The rules for political ads are very different than typical consumer products, and we want to be clear up front that the answer to this question is no. Political ads are not required to be factual in order to be aired on broadcast television. In fact, the law allows politicians to say almost whatever they want in a commercial. This is because political ads are regulated by the FCC, which applies just 2 rules. One is that all candidates have the same opportunity to buy commercial time on stations. And 2 is that politicians can say whatever they want. Accuracy is not one of the rules, although TV stations could run a disclaimer explaining the rules before airing an ad. The only consequence for politicians who produce misleading or false ads is in court, and that's only if they defame someone, which is rare and hard to prove.
I think the rationale behind it is what? The idea of saying that candidates get to say what they want, and what? The voters get to sort of, through the marketplace of ideas, decide what's true, what's false.
That marketplace could also include news stories or fact checks like Verify stories explaining what's true and false. Schultz says you should always read the fine print on an ad to see who is funding it and do your own research on a candidate to see if what's being claimed is really true. With your Verify, I'm Brandon Lewis.
Welcome back. Did you know lower back pain is one of the major disabling health conditions as you age? It's time for some joint and muscle support brought to you by Omega XL. According to an orthopedic surgeon, adults 60 and up are more likely to develop lower back problems compared to working age adults. So here's what you could do about it. First, aerobic exercise. Think dancing and lightweight lifting. This increases blood flow and nutrients to the tissues in the lower back, which will help you with stiffness and healing. Next, maintain an ideal weight. Every extra pound adds strain to the muscles and ligaments of the back, which will weaken your spine. And finally, quit smoking, correct your posture. Studies show a direct link to smoking and back pain, and keeping your bones and joints in alignment reduces additional stress on your back. Omega XL has improved the lives of millions of consumers, supported by 30 years of clinical research. Omega XL's powerful and proven benefits have transformed the lives of athletes, celebrities, and dedicated daily users. Call 1-800-686-5325 or visit omegaxl.com for more information. We'll be right back.
Promotional consideration is brought to you by
To play a high school sport in Florida, athletes have to fill out a health assessment. But a section of questions for female athletes only is drawing criticism. News reports and people are claiming that female student athletes in Florida have to report their menstrual history to the state in order to play sports. After the Supreme Court's recent ruling in Dobbs v. Jackson Women's Health, which overturned the constitutional right to an abortion granted through Roe v. Wade, some people have raised concerns about providing reproductive health data to outside sources. So let's verify. Are female athletes in Florida public high schools required to report their menstrual history to play sports? Our sources are the Florida High School Athletic Association and 3 Florida public school districts. These are the forms from the Florida High School Athletic Association that all public school student athletes in the state have to fill out in order to participate. And this section is for female athletes only. It asks questions about the athlete's reproductive health, including when was your first menstrual period and how many periods have you had in the last year. As you can see here, it says on the form that filling it out is optional. Claudia Shea, Executive Director of Communications and Engagement for the Palm Beach County School District in Florida, told Verify, claims that female athletes have to answer these questions are false. She says these questions have been on the physical form for at least 2 decades, and answering them has been optional, whether the information is provided online or on paper. In Palm Beach County, Florida, student athletes of any gender use the same form and can write not applicable in the section with questions about menstrual cycles, according to Shea. So why are these questions included on the form? The Cleveland Clinic says abnormal or irregular periods can indicate potential health problems, such as bleeding, thyroid, or pituitary disorders. So we can verify, no. Female athletes at Florida public high schools aren't required to report their menstrual history to play sports. And Florida isn't alone. Other states, including Virginia and North Carolina, ask similar questions of their student athletes. With your Verify, I'm Ariande Till.
Overly processed foods are a big part of the American diet. According to the Washington Post, 60% of calories American adults consume are from what they call frankenfoods. Scientists say these foods are designed to deliver a combo of fat, sodium, and sugar that could hijack the brain's reward system, triggering powerful cravings. The problem is, dozens of studies link ultra-processed foods to obesity, heart disease, and colon cancer. So what counts as an ultra-processed food? It's typically an industrial creation. Think hot dogs, sugary cereals, and boxed macaroni and cheese. Interesting enough, though, the National Institutes of Health found that people who ate similar foods, mostly made from scratch, lost weight and lowered their cholesterol.
Are you skeptical of headlines and what you see on social media? We are too. The Verify newsletter helps you distinguish between true and false information by answering your questions. It provides fast facts on trending topics, spotlights major stories, and even includes a daily fun fact for all those trivia buffs out there. Get Verify's fast facts delivered every weekday to your email inbox. Go to verifythis.com/email to check it out.
Before we go, check out this video of a dad crowd surfing his baby up to a stage where Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson was waiting.
Okay.
Eventually, the baby made her way into The Rock's arms. On Instagram, The Rock said the father caught his attention because he had tears in his eyes. He also said he's been given a lot of things on stage, but never a baby.
This is so dangerous.
You think?
What are we doing here,
Bad
passing
idea.
children?
Beyond.
What are we doing here?
This is horrible. It's not funny.
I don't think it's funny. It's very strange.
And also, you put The Rock in a weird position, too. Like, somebody hints your baby. If they're just standing there, I'm already like, okay, I love your kid, take it back. You know, I couldn't imagine just a random baby shows up. What if the guy is not there to take the kid back? What is this?
What if the kid falls?
What if you have COVID and you give it to the kid?
This is horrible. All right. DBL's new every day. We'll see you tomorrow. Bye, guys.
Options. That was...
Where hope finds help. Where courage meets conviction. Where makers make fans. We are Tegna, a family of local and national media brands that bring us together, serving the greater good of our communities. Where national know-how backs local business. Be in good company with Tegna.
Let's get right into it, shall we?
Okay, wow. I don't even know where to begin here.
Oh, am I right?
Okay,
oh my goodness, I'm just gonna sit here and be right.
I know y'all gonna be mad at me, but I'm just telling you the truth. We trying to heal together, okay?
You can smirk all you want. You don't have to tell me to go. I'm already at an 11.
Brad Pitt. Sorry.
Yes.
So high.
I know it.
I know it.
Don't miss a day of DBL.